story begins with a boy holding a piece of wood in his hand. Ghost King finds himself facing a low-class wolf. Even though the creature is quite weak, he fights it in this world where our protagonist lives. He can only defeat monsters that are almost defeated by other hunters. Now, one of those hunters who is furious faces Ye Qing, our MC, who at this moment wonders what will happen from now on, besides not being able to face this creature head-on in this world. He is more known as a burden to society, and these are the ones who cannot fight monsters immediately. As soon as Ye Qing thought about what he should do to defeat this wolf, we see the wolf acting firsthand. The small creature attacks our MC, but he doesn't let it go unanswered. Armed with a shield and a wooden sword, he attacks the little wolf. However, his shield and sword are broken in the wolf's first charge, and everything he had in his hands was broken. Then our MC falls to the ground, and the wolf also falls on top of him, sinking its teeth into our boy's arm. At this moment, he understands how Trash feels. But even Crash had a considerable advantage, and now that he is nothing more than a loser, he can only accept his end. Well, that's what he thought at the moment, but that wasn't what he wanted. Then Ye Qing grabs the hilt of the broken sword and stabs the wolf after attacking. Perhaps we could see that this wolf could have easily defeated him. To understand how he got there, we need to go back a little. Today, I bring you a story where our protagonist becomes a gravedigger in any city. Out there, we see a hunter heading towards a portal, but as he walks towards that portal, he notices someone inside running at full speed towards him. Upon closer inspection, it's the king, the unknown guy running towards this hunter. However, what made him run so fast from that portal was the monster chasing him from behind. At that moment, he also wanted to catch our MC, but as soon as he came out of that portal, we see another hunter dealing with the creature that also wanted to leave the portal. As soon as that creature was defeated by a hunter, we see Ye Qing taking care of things. He even wondered what would happen if he let that thing stay behind because, in this world, it's worth a good amount of money. But even though it's worth much more, the higher-ranked hunters make the weaker hunters collect those things. Thinking about what he would gain from this work he did, we see just one hunter who was nearby stepping on a box. After that, he asks the MC if he had secretly taken one of those fragments that were inside the box. Having worked in this field for a long time, he already knew the rules to avoid future problems, so he just recounts what he did during that attack. As soon as Ye Qing says this, the hunter leaves him aside, but then our MC turns towards the portal, and we see two more hunters running out of the portal. Here we see something that possibly happened during that attack. For some reason, the hunters cleared a specific part of the attack, leaving some things behind. Living monsters. This is what hunters deal with, just picking up the drops left behind. Our MC suffers a lot when encountering these monsters along the way, but everything he has gone through so far is part of his life. Inside a bus, we can see him holding his reward for today. He collected just a small fraction of the remaining trash, though what he holds in his hand is very little. It's good because that money is no longer his. In the past, Ye Qing borrowed $1 million from some loan sharks, and now he owes them a little after working hard on those drops. Our MC has already paid off half of what he owed. His thoughts are interrupted when one of those guys approaches him. The man offers him an additional job. Since our MC was eager for money, he offers a one-time job that pays much more than he earned on that trip. Ye Qing wonders how such a high commission could be happening, and he didn't know about it. Since he's desperate for money that could help them collect some things, our MC, hearing this, simply accepts. Now inside the bus, they head to where they're going. Inside the bus, we can see people talking to each other. One of them mentioned that things got much worse than before. Before, it was like they were playing. But now the hunters want to put those without fighting power on the front lines and send them to high-level hideouts without caring about their lives. While they talk about this, we see Ye Qing listening to everything. 10 years ago, a portal connecting the real world to the abyss appeared in the world. As soon as that portal appeared, many monsters emerged from it and wreaked havoc on this world. However, after the complete destruction of the world, hunters began to appear out of nowhere, managing to deal with these monsters, basically wiping out all the monsters in the world. Now they go to the abyss to take care of the monsters, but inside the abyss, there are magical crystals. Not only that, but within these abysses, They can also find magical items like legendary weapons or common weapons or even potions that are worth some money. This discovery led to the discovery of a new continent for the second time, which further accelerated the development of the world. As the worlds evolved, so did the companies. They didn't want low-level hunters, which made our MC suffer a bit. His sister got sick and basically needed to pay for her hospital treatment, which was getting more expensive. He says that if he doesn't pay, the doctors may have to disconnect some things. Our MC, who doesn't want any harm to his family, tries to find various jobs, but even after trying to find several jobs, he doesn't find any. His reputation declines, and because of this, the people who trusted him start talking behind his back, which makes our MC desperate. At this moment, luck appeared. A guy handed him a card that he could become a hunter, but his rank wouldn't be high. However, his reality is better than before. Now he sighs, because he sees that his debt was coming to an end, or was about to. After sighing, he gets up because an extra comments to our MC that after earning $1 million, he kind of put all this into an investment, but was unlucky to lose everything. Now he has to scramble to get some money to pay everything back. Our Mick already knew the mistake he made and lowers his head. Besides all this, he has a sister with a disease that was hard to cure, but she always needed Ye Qing's help with all these problems in hand. The extras end up asking why he keeps on living, ignoring these guys' stupid questions. She ends up reaching the point where she should have reached a while ago upon arrival. We can see some hunters calling for them who should have started the attack a while ago, but the scavengers somehow took a little longer to avoid being questioned by these hunters, who simply apologize after that. They enter the portal and the rest follows our mech stays in front of this portal. This time he might have the chance to earn a lot of money but needs to come back alive, feeling confident that he would return alive. So he enters the portal. Now our MC is entering a slightly different attack because for the first time, he is entering a B-rank attack as soon as he enters, he is surprised by all the things that are there. But the hunters do not stay still for long. One of them notices monsters coming towards them. And yes, after noticing several wolf monsters, as soon as they appear, the tank asks one of the mages to deal with these types of monsters, so it is done and in front of them several ghost monsters to catch them. But the guy starts walking slowly towards these wolves. After a while he stops and the wolves were about to devour the small creature. But at that moment snaps his fingers and a fireball appears heading towards the wolves. Then an explosion occurs. After the explosion, the wolves that were there were thrown up. Some ran away to avoid being caught again. But our shield asks everyone to be prepared. The wolves are not running. They are basically repositioning to ambush them again, so they needed to stay alert while I was thinking about it. The other asks this brute where they would go. Then the brute yells to the hunters to follow him, because now they would be going up to the 5th floor. But he comments that the 5th floor is the most dangerous from there. For some reason, some monsters started to mutate. The hunter sent last time, unfortunately, did not return. So they were curious about what was happening up there. So they had the goal of going up to the 5th floor. They wonder if anyone is willing to go up there. Then they start to walk. But one of the hunters stops for a moment to tie his shoelaces while one ties another asks the garbage collectors not to separate from him, because if they separate, they will not come back to help these garbage collectors while saying this. We can see that hunter tying the shoelaces behind that guy. Our MC walks, looking around, and does not notice the presence of this hunter who was on the ground tying the shoelaces. At that moment, he kicks the guy's shoulder and falls, and once on the ground, he kind of wonders if he is blind, and then grabs our MC by the collar and lifts him. However, one of the guys asks to leave this garbage collector alone because it is not worth messing with. This guy, their first mission was simple. Do not mess with this stranger. They need to find the 5th floor soon, so it was done. He throws our MC aside and tells this garbage collector to find his way again. If this happens again, he will not forgive. Now that he is on the ground, our MAC thinks that garbage collectors are basically known in the hunter circle as useless guys, also a disgrace to humanity. Also gets a bonus. He is humiliated. Within these arts, by the hunters, the value of a garbage collector like our MC in this world is nothing. They underestimate him. But that's what they thought, because Yeqing's experience value was reaching 99 out of 100. What that means is that our boy will have a moment of awakening. What he really needs is to find a monster and defeat it in a one-on-one, possibly defeating that monster. He will gain a single XP, and that single XP will level him up. Yeqing will try to awaken as a level 1 hunter, but just needs to find a single opportunity, and it appeared early for our boy. In front of him, a ghost wolf appeared. We can already see the shine in our MC's eyes as he looked and stared at an opportunity in front of him. Looking to the side, he sees a shield and a wooden sword. Yeqing thinks to grab them, but the wolf that suddenly appears almost catches him. We see him easily dodging that bite. Now that he dodged, we see him standing there. This was the one-time opportunity of his life, and he waited for it his whole life. Our hero will have to fight with everything he has, as he said, so he starts walking towards the wolf. However, the wolf was also prepared for everything, but our hero was much more than just this creature. And our hero goes all out against it, jumping towards it and quickly jumping back with a piece of wood in his hand, hitting its head. However, nothing happens, but that was not enough. He tries to hit its head again, hoping that this time the monster's head will break. Instead, it is his sword that breaks, and the monster's head remains unharmed when he steps back. We can see his companions in the background asking him to get out, as this creature could easily dominate our brave boy. This could cost his life. Yeqing hears this, but even hearing from his friends, does not stand firm for long, as he soon has to flee from the wolf for some reason. The wolf does not leave any opening to attack, despite being weaker, so our deep web boy realizes that it is more than just a fight. But our MC would not give up easily at this moment. So he runs to a certain point and then jumps back, landing behind the wolf. He then strikes its head with the piece of wood with all his strength, while injuring the wolf. The scene cuts to another place. Here we see the MC's companions advancing, finishing off the remaining monsters. They are now waiting for the collectors, who for some reason are lagging behind, only hindering their progress. The hunters not only finished off the monsters, but also took the best items dropped during this attack. Strong hunters like them have the option to get the most valuable items, while those who lack strength are left behind. But even if they don't obtain the best items, these strong hunters leave the useless ones for the scavengers. While one of them mocks the scavengers, another points in a different direction, saying that more monsters are approaching and they will need to deal with them. Returning to our main focus, we see a scene where the wolf bites the shoulder of our boy, who is thrown backward, showing his despair. Fearing that he might die or be considered useless, he doesn't want that, so he grabs the remaining piece of his wooden sword, raises it high, and stabs it into the wolf's head. The creature roars in pain as it dies. Our MC almost faints, but realizes he has landed a critical blow on the wolf, and as it falls dead, he stands victorious, and then shouts loudly, drawing the attention of the approaching hunters. One of them cannot believe that he managed to defeat a low-level wolf alone. But if our hero wants to play the role, he will have to endure some suffering. A guy like him, considered useless, will not receive any reward for defeating such a weak monster. But defeating the ghost wolf, which was considered superior, is a significant victory. Our MC shouts triumphantly, but it may cost him his life. Our guy was always looking for this, because he explains some things when the accumulated experience point reaches level 1. Even being the lowest level person, you could have that small chance. Your small CH could make our MC change jobs, and could be awakening as a squire, a healer, or even a high-ranking mage. But to achieve these goals, it was basically necessary to find a way to get points in the middle of invasions. And whenever our protagonist saw his opportunity, he would always send his roster towards the monsters that were always left behind by the hunters. But our guy embraced this, and then spent the years. And in those years, he risked his life a lot to find some openings to get a single point to level up. His system, after years and years, started to accumulate from 10 to 30, from 30 to 90, but it reached 99, and only then did he have to suffer to defeat this ghost wolf. After suffering, our MC achieved what he had always wanted, the 100%. And at that moment, this was the only way to awaken a second class, and also a simpler way to gain experience. The conditions for the class awakening were met by our MC. The system understood that Ye Qing could have that second awakening. The system updates, and the guy in front of him cannot believe that this boy actually gained experience to possibly change jobs. The system appears in front of our MC and congratulates him for reaching level 1 and for achieving what he was looking for. He then managed to awaken a second job and is at level 1. His companion is surprised at the moment by our MC's awakening, but then cannot hold back the laughter and starts laughing. Our MC managed to change jobs. Before, his job was trash, but now he has a job even worse than before. He saw that our hero awakened as a gravekeeper, then approaches our MC and says that he had the opportunity to change classes, but was unlucky to get a class that was not so worthy in his view. The boy mocks him, but is tired of mocking our MC, and here begins to say that the other scavengers who were there end up pulling up, and now only Ye Qing is left, who will have to carry out this mission to collect everything that is there for them. While saying this to our boy, he goes ahead, and now that he has been left behind, our MC wonders if this awakened class was really so weak, and also wonders if the Gravekeeper class was strong or weak. So he turns to that type of monster that was knocked down by those hunters. When he looks at that type of wolf, the system shines. Our guy sees something strange happening in front of him. A system screen appears saying that the ghost wolf could basically be absorbed by our protagonist and could recycle everything that the wolf had. All he had to do was press recycle. Our MC then presses it, and as he does so, behind our hero, several MS appear. Those hands that appeared start to move slowly towards the creature that was just dust on the ground. Then, a little later, those things end up grabbing the body of that monster, and at that moment, our MC understands a little that this ability might be working. So after that wolf's corpse is dragged all the way in front of our boy appears something written, "Recycle trash." All he had to do was accept the proposal. So he accepted. Our hero's system then starts to clean everything, and after everything is done, a hand appears in front of him. This hand ends up delivering to our MC an attribute card. These things were basically taken from the wolf, and now Ye Qing has the chance to gain the wolf's abilities. As soon as he realizes this, he asks the system to open the system priority panel, which then shows his statistics. Looking at this, it was simple. Looking again at that card in the hand of that thing, he realizes that he needs 3 points in agility, and at that moment, he has 3 points. So he puts all 3 points into agility. As soon as he puts those 3 points into agility, our MC then has the option to use that ability and the wolf card in front of him. As he realizes this from the system, Ye Qing asks the system to put it into our boy, and our deep web thread here starts to feel the stone entering him, and a round web, a green light surrounds the boy. But then, after closing his eyes and opening them, he realizes it is over, but feels a little strange. However, he did not have enough time to perceive his new powers because someone calls for our MC, who needed to appear in front of them as soon as possible. So it's done. He tried to run normally, but it didn't work. So he ended up putting 1 foot forward and with the other, and then started to run. But now, it was different. With just 1 leap, Ye Qing managed to run as if he had never run before in his life. While running, Ye Qing stumbled upon a Vin Harrow and then fell face down on the ground. On the ground, he realized that maybe this was a skill he had gained from the system. However, to use the same skill he used here again, he would have to wait a bit. After a while, it seemed to recharge, and he could use that DH again to run at that speed. Understanding how it works, he gets up and looking more closely. Our MC does not understand how these skills could work differently. However, he was eager to acquire other skills. So he looks to the side and notices several corpses of those same ghost wolves he had recently absorbed. Those hunters left all this for our MC. But at this moment, facing that pile of bodies, Ye Qing realizes that he may not only be able to acquire the skills of those monsters, but also gain some kind of experience. All this that was appearing in front of him was thanks to the skill he had just awakened called Gravedigger. Realizing that he could absorb that pile of monsters, he activates the Gravedigger skill. After that, the skill several of them appear and devouring the wolves to the left and to the right. Then our MC is putting the new hacks to the test. After using the devouring system, Ye Qing starts to receive infinite points from the system. With this, he managed to earn points that in his life took several years to accumulate. But this was not so positive. It seems that the monsters he managed to devour did something different. Now our MC gained new skills from the system, but noticed something here after devouring so many monster corpses. He realized that if he devoured many monsters at once, the level of experience and perhaps the chance of acquiring a skill from the monster itself would be quite reduced. So this means that if our boy does not want a stolen skill, he will have to devour one by one, or he could simply devour 9 monsters. Doing this, he would receive 9 monsters and 9 rewards. Some good, some bad, and so he received some points from the system and now has only 111 points. Our MC sees that points will not be a problem for him in the future, and he could allocate them as he wished, but he wonders where he should allocate the points first. However, our protagonist does not think about where to allocate them. He just starts to distribute them among these attributes. He increases a bit of health and a bit of luck because he needs. Our boy goes crazy rolling his attributes non-stop while he increases his attributes elsewhere. We can see that group of hunters who are finishing dragging some surviving wolves. As soon as they finish dragging the last one, we see the brute changing the subject, commenting that the unlucky one, that garbage collector, managed to awaken his class here. However, the class that Yi Qing awakened was a class he had never seen on the list. Changing jobs may be rare, but the other said it could be. But in the end, it would just be a quite useless rank for someone like our protagonist. He was mediocre, but even though he had awakened with a hidden class, IT would not be so strong. He is just a level 1 guy. So in the end, Ye Qing would possibly have the strength of a mediocre person or a little more, which would not change anything for him. So as it would not change anything, he asked to ignore this class and move on because he needed to reach the last floor. So they continued walking, and there they found a kind of tunnel after walking. A bit they saw the light at the end of the tunnel walking towards it. They emerged into that light where they came face to face with these strange roots among these roots. There were some creatures or things stuck to them. The people wondered what happened, but after thinking a bit, they understood that these could be the hunters who came in here and never came out again. One of them was on top of one of those hunters who was stuck inside this tree. He realized that by staying here for so long, this guy turned into dry salt right there, and possibly the same thing happened to him because there might have been a guy or a mage or a monster enemy with a high magical rating, but our tough guy turns to another and asks if this place was some sort of B rank. So they would be hunters of a much higher rank than a B rank hunter, so they shouldn't have difficulties fighting these monsters, if not the monsters that defeated them. So what was it? Then one looked to the side and saw several monsters emerging from the ground. One of them grabbed the leg of our tough guy, while those hunters tried to deal with those undead creatures outside on an open TV. Someone commented that the hunters had been inside that portal for hours and none had come out. But while talking about the hunters, we can see our tough guy asking everyone to gather in a corner because things got worse for them. He realized that they had fallen into some sort of trap escape. Now it would be almost impossible. But who likes to provoke? Our protagonist did not want to stand still. He used a fireball, and the tough guy also used his shield to defeat these monsters. But that was not enough because the monsters revived or something like that. Someone was controlling them, and this was real. Because right after in front of the tough guy appeared the boss of this floor. This was a high-level boss at this moment. The hunters didn't think twice about staying there, because if they stayed, they would undoubtedly be attacked. But as soon as they thought about it, several hunters who had turned into those monsters flew towards the other hunters to avoid being caught. He, with all his might, fought against these creatures while this happened elsewhere. We can see he finishing his last collection. However, upon finishing his last collection, he hears a scream in the background at this moment. He is startled and wonders what that scream was, but he ignores it as the system now appears in front of him. Ye Qing has achieved an achievement for the first time. As soon as he achieves it, the boy is very happy because he could receive his first reward. After waiting a bit for his reward to load in front of him appears something was a dagger that until then was useless and weak. Disappointing our protagonist, he thought a high-level weapon would come. But since it didn't, he had to accept it. However, thinking about what he could do to get better items, our hero hears the scream again, but this time it is much louder than before, catching his attention. He turns to the screams and is startled to see someone running toward him. Screaming was one of those monsters attacking the hero's group. When he sees this, automatically he gets so scared. But the monster didn't just want to watch, thinking of a plan. He tries to grab our protagonist, but he jumps back, dodging the first attack. Once he dodged the monster strike, he wanted to counterattack, but he is surprised that he managed to dodge that move. He thought he could have been defeated, but looking closer at himself, he realizes that he is much faster. Maybe it's because of the points he allocated in his system feeling stronger. Now he could possibly defeat this beast in front of him, but as soon as he thinks this, the monster also thinks of doing the same to our protagonist. When the monster attacks, Ye Qing dodges to the side, making the punch hit the wall after dodging. He realizes in the background that he not only added points to his agility, but also added points to his strength at this moment. Our protagonist uses the soul spirit that allows him to advance as soon as he uses it. He wants to test his punch on the monster, since it's his turn to hit. He flies toward the monster, hitting a punch in its face, throwing it against the wall. While he throws it against the wall, we notice something else he used. An effect that, when hitting an opponent, allows him to break 100% of their defense. So Ye Qing has a 100% advantage to win this fight. This time, our protagonist is no longer the same person, so now he could possibly handle any monster. But then he sees something else from the system. He can allocate points to intelligence by allocating intelligence points. Our protagonist can see things about these monsters that he couldn't see before. So he does this and realizes that this monster was an elite human looking for its weakness. He discovers that its weak point is its neck. But when he finds the weak point of this monster, the monster starts advancing toward him, and Ye Qing does not back down. Time advances with all his speed toward the monster. He ends up launching a strike toward our MC, but to avoid being hit, our big guy simply dodges, lowering himself, giving a slight sweep on her. However, here our protagonist, he was 100% in advantage. Now he was behind her because his goal all along was to find a weakness to attack its neck. So he ends up using that small card from the system that he had just received from the card, the sword. So when he asks the system delivers to our MC, then he kind of uses his sword to hit the critical point of that monster with just one hit from the sword. The monster is left there perplexed, wondering what he was doing. But then our protagonist realizes that he hit the monster's weak point. Dead on, the monster falls to the ground, and Ye Qing kills a human parasite as soon as he falls to the ground. Ye Qing starts receiving new things from the system, but what he wants to know most is if this type of human parasite can be recycled. The system confirms this to our protagonist. As soon as it confirms, he asks the system to recycle. Once recycled, our MC gains a passive poison resistance skill. What this means is that he can endure any type of poison, and using that card, he could basically create an antidote to neutralize the poison he had taken before. So our protagonist asks the system to create a type of poison for him to test the system. Does this creating a potion for Ye Qing? Looking at this card, he understands that if he drinks the potion, it will be recreated as a healing potion. So out of curiosity, he starts drinking a bit. Thinking about what might happen, the system ends up recovering a bit of the life our protagonist lost while fighting against the monsters before. But this potion not only didn't fully recover, but also left him feeling maybe stronger. He sets that aside for now. At this moment, he starts to take the remaining points he had to put into intelligence. The more he puts in, the smarter he becomes with this. Shi will be able to discover the weaknesses of his opponent more easily, so he allocates 5 points into intelligence, leaving our hero overflowing with intelligence. While he was allocating his points in the system, he hears noises. The noises were from those monsters from before. As soon as he hears this, Ye Qing kind of turns around. When he turns, our protagonist realizes that those monsters have appeared again, but now they seem a bit larger than before and in greater number, so our protagonist thinks that now he can use the new abilities he acquired. Moreover, people in the world always called him trash, but now he could change that title he holds. He now wants to show the world his true strength while thinking about what he would do to show his true strength. We see the monsters running toward him, but our protagonist was ready, holding a machete in his hand. Now he was much calmer. He had awakened as a gravekeeper, and as a gravekeeper, our protagonist would not let these flying monsters get in his way. He now challenges these monsters to come at him with all they have because he is ready to deal with all of them. As soon as he says this, the monsters start advancing elsewhere. We can also see the monsters advancing on those hunters. The monsters were managing to gain a slight advantage over some of the hunters. One of them even thought that if they lowered their guard for a moment, it would be over for them. After all, the strength of these monsters was much greater than when the person was alive. Our tough guy realizes that this boss is not joking, so he tells his team to retreat because they would have no chance. They start running, but in their haste, they leave themselves exposed. One of the monsters attacks a member of their team, dragging him away, and another teammate is caught by one of the monsters, becoming somewhat controlled by it. They couldn't afford to stay behind. They needed to run. As they ran, one of them thinks it's impossible to escape with both alive. Someone needed to stay behind to distract them, so our tough guy stays behind dealing with the monsters. He just asks them to call for help as soon as possible. While running, we see him thinking that he came here only for the money and the equipment he has. They are worth a lot, and if he dies, he won't gain anything, so he needs to use everything he has to escape this attack. He then uses one of his spells that paralyzes our tough guy while he turns to his teammate, asking what he is doing. The guy just points at him, saying he left someone behind to distract the monsters. As the monsters leap at our tough guy, we see the coward running away. While he runs, his teammate screams for help but also smiles. We see him commenting that he has now managed to escape too, taking all his money with him. But as he runs, he doesn't look ahead and bumps into someone. This person gives a cold look to our teammate, but our teammate freezes, not wanting to get involved in a closer inspection. He realizes that this person in front of him, our protagonist, asks him what he was really trying to do there, using his own teammates to escape. He does not answer Ye Qing's question. Instead, he looks back and wonders what happened to the rest of the monsters and why they are in this state, but he no longer cares about what is happening. He turns to the MC and realizes that our protagonist saw everything that happened there. If he survives this, he can report him and lose everything. So he decides to eliminate him too, but taking the time to do this would be inefficient. He turns to our protagonist and tells him to stay behind since he wanted to be a hero before this was a good opportunity. Then he kicks Ye Qing in the stomach. However, when kicking him, the system grants Ye Qing higher resistance. The impact of the kick is redirected to the one who kicked him, who falls to the ground wondering how someone like him can be so powerful. Our MC looks at him now. He understands everything that happened and now knows who the real trash is. So he is here now using his system to recycle this trash. Then this trash grabs this extra and he is dragged into the system. However, the system starts recycling the thing, but while recycling it, the system ends up sort of discarding it because the trash he put there was too rotten and he doesn't want to recycle it. So the system kind of tells our protagonist that he will not be able to gain the skill of that guy below him, but there was a small chance that Ye Qing could acquire the skill of that extra for 3 minutes or even more. He just needed to update some things in his system. So as soon as he updated some things, Ye Qing managed to learn a new skill. This was the skill of controlling fire. As soon as he learned this skill, our protagonist began to see several monsters appearing in front of him. The creatures were bloodthirsty and ran towards him because he gained a new skill, so he decided to test it. As those monsters come towards him, our protagonist points his hand and uses only a small fraction of his power. With this small fraction, he manages to send all these monsters flying. Then he is stunned. He didn't think that recycling this skill would significantly increase his power. But while he was stunned by this new skill he acquired, we can see something appearing behind him. That creature leaps towards our protagonist and almost catches him, but he notices just in time and dodges. The creature hits the ground, but is not satisfied with just that. It runs again towards Ye Qing, but he easily dodges the attack again. Now in front of him, he invokes his sword from the system and swings it at the creature, but it is fast and easily blocks our protagonist's movement. But while thinking about it, he looks back and sees a huge brute. He thinks that if he could recycle the skill of this brute, he would get a shield. So he uses his system to recycle the brute. The system grabs the brute and takes it to its own space-time, managing to recycle it. In front of him appears the brute shield. As soon as he grabs the golden shield, he feels hopeful to put it into practice. He just needed to test it on something around. Then he sees this creature running towards him, eager to defeat Ye Qing. Seeing it coming towards him, our guy swings this shield of his. It was good. It helped our main character get rid of this thing quickly. But as soon as he defeated it, the creature falls to the ground, and immediately, he appears doing something he should have done a long time ago. Then he uses his system on this creature, using his system to drain its skills. Now our protagonist has its skill, allowing him to have a significant advantage in the battlefield. Holding in hand, he holds a dagger. However, he has become the master of daggers. But as soon as he realizes this, he is more prepared, because right in front of him several of those monsters that appeared before appear again, trying to finish our guy. They run towards him, but our protagonist does not stand still. He goes all out against these monsters, sending each one of them flying as he fights against all that dragging up. Someone from elsewhere started to talk about how they needed to have a mission firsthand to recover the bodies of their companions that were there, and if they didn't recover them, they would be failing their missions. Everything they had inside and managed to grab was no longer theirs. So Ye Qing takes care of the last monsters that were alive. After dealing with those living monsters, the protagonist ends up kind of recycling that creature, but all of this was seen by him. However, we will talk more about this later because now our big guy needed to deal with an even bigger creature. The one that appeared in front of the MC was the boss of that floor. Now he was facing our big guy, and our big guy was facing him. So, to end this fight as quickly as possible, our protagonist ends up using sugar on him. By using sugar on this monster, he manages to send this boss away easily. As soon as he defeats this boss, the scene cuts to this place here in an apartment. We see that extra who survived there, but he kept repeating everything he saw about the protagonist's sugar. However, the guys next to him only wanted to know what happened to him inside that disc. But what he heard from this extra was the same thing. He stole their abilities, and the only thing he asked these guys was that they could catch Ye Qing and teach him a lesson. But since he was in his current state, they wouldn't do anything. He continues asking to search for that garbage collector, but they are already ignoring him. The scene cuts here inside a tour, where we can already see some hunters. But while these hunters were gathered there, he was at the back talking to himself. He thought that the black market was a place where you could sell those crystals you find in those RS, where you get a high percentage. But if you sell to a government institution, they end up taking almost 70% of all the profit you make. At this moment, our protagonist needed to earn as much money as possible. And besides that, he needed to avoid attracting too much attention from the main figures. At this moment, he only wanted to make some money without even attracting anyone's attention. Ye Qing wanted to take it slowly, which was his goal. But as soon as he said this, a leader of this Ye Qing group appeared in front of them, now telling them to be more careful as this was a raid none of them had been in before. So they basically had to form a group, but those hunters who had just gotten a new job might be approaching the leader, and he was handing out a reward or a mission to this newcomer. But as soon as he says this, in the background, we can see our protagonist asking if they were basically satisfied that among them was a very weak guy. He was just a level 1 gravedigger. As soon as he said this, Harold opens his eyes, and some even start laughing. He wondered how a level 1 guy like this was inside, how he managed to awaken such a trash class. He basically didn't need to be on the front lines. He just needed to stay behind with the rest of the garbage collectors, and maybe he could evolve a lot here. For some, this was advantageous. For our protagonist, it was even better. Ye Qing had a plan all along to not attract anyone's attention, and at this moment he succeeded. And at this point, he simply didn't need to attract more attention than this. So he needed to leave, but as soon as he thought about it, someone from behind appears there. That guy was holding on to our MC's hand and didn't want to let go. Seeing this, he ends up asking him to let go once and for all. So he lets go, but then he starts commenting that they didn't need anyone else in this raid. They already picked the right people. But he ends up saying that they really didn't need anyone. But however, there was one person missing in the group, and even though he was weak, he would be welcome in their group. So our protagonist sees that he could still move forward with them. He ends up kind of sinking back. Our white-haired girl looked at our Ye Qing, and then she revealed her name. At that moment, our protagonist remembered that he had heard this name only once before in his life. Memories of his past started to awaken. Ye Qing saw in a very risky situation. She could have been dragged away, but from there, he took an old knife and tried his luck. He sent a monster dragging her away, and by doing this, he gained some XP. However, the monster fell to the ground, and our MC was frozen there. The girl behind him wondered if he was okay, but our white-haired girl was surprised to see our protagonist getting up. He was happy and shouted that it was a success. His experience increased. So, killing wolves was worth more than picking up garbage. After leveling up a bit, Ye Qing turned to our white-haired girl and asked if she was okay. But his question was just to see if she was okay. However, she, in turn, and that's how we end this video. The MC turns to our light-skinned girl and asks if she was okay. But his question was really just to see if the girl was okay. Nothing more. However, his question changed now. She then asks our MC if he is in his right mind, because he was risking his life to earn these small amounts of XP, but that wasn't the main point. She asks what level the MC was at. Additionally, she wanted to know if he was participating in this raid just to earn XP or something like that, or if he was going into this raid to get other things. Our MC responded that he only came to this raid to make money. Nothing more, nothing less. She then approaches him again and asks if he was risking his life for these small amounts of money. But as soon as she asks, he turns to her and says another one of those. These are the types of classes where people could change jobs at will. She here was even a rich girl, so changing classes wasn't difficult. For our MC, known worldwide as Trash, he didn't have the money for a class upgrade, so he would have to risk his life anyway. He still asks why the girl was also risking her own life to fight these monsters, as she had no reason to want to fight these things. Then, after asking this question, she quickly replies that she was doing it to protect the weaker ones. Besides, her life goal is to become the strongest person. The girl still asks why the MC wanted to change jobs so desperately. He responds that it's just to protect his family, whom he loves most in the world. That was something she liked about our MC. Asked about his name, he reveals it as Web Sound, or just our Kingin. Then, after hearing the MC's name, she introduces herself as well. After introducing herself, she waits for the MC because in the future they could basically be friends again and fight side by side to defeat some monsters. This was a good proposal for our MC, so as soon as he heard it, he immediately accepted it. Then, after accepting the proposal, she asks our MC to be a little more careful. The world out there was dangerous, so he just needed to become strong. While thinking about this, in the background, 2 security guards appear and approach her, asking her not to walk around anymore because it would be dangerous. Furthermore, she asks the trash collector to leave him near the lady. As soon as he is taken away, we see her trying to apologize for things. But still, the girl is dragged away. Unable to talk to our boy, she simply throws something in his direction, and it was some kind of reward for protecting her earlier. Understanding what the girl meant by this, he simply turns around, as now he has set out to basically evolve his class. Our story continues in the next chapter. We can see this guy provoking the MC, saying that someone as weak as him shouldn't be here. Additionally, he questions how he was accepted into his group, stating that he shouldn't be late and should start moving now. He then begins to walk, not wanting to become an obstacle for them. The guy notices our MC, who is almost ready to enter the portal, instructing the weak ones to grab their gear because they are about to enter the portal and they don't know what's inside. Everyone agrees, and now they are ready. Our boy thinks that he needs to do a much better job this time because this time he has a chance to make some good money. However, he managed to get some things from the previous abyss. Now he has a shield and an ability that allows him to wield 2 daggers in his hands. But the main focus is on another ability, the Basak ability. This ability gives him a significant advantage that is already visible. With this ability, he can finally take down any monster effortlessly. The proof that he will survive this time is that he also managed to absorb a more special monster, the previous Raw boss, which allows the MC to have extremely high regeneration, which is also a crucial focus. Our boy managed to balance all his skills very well, and the points will be distributed among attributes, allowing his abilities to become stronger over time. After all, he was the only one who managed to gather all the recyclables in the previous round. Now he just needed 6 more points to get the Pardine. But at this moment, he ends up using the attribute recovery ability, Observation Eye. So our MC starts to see some attributes of his companions. Upon using this ability, the MC realizes that the points he distributed among his attributes weren't as significant as he thought. He discovered that his strength was 12, but his companion, who had 100 strength, showed a significant difference between them. So our MC didn't need to worry. But then he feels something trembling on the ground and, fearing, looks to the side, only to realize that it was just the wall next to him coming towards him with full force and speed. After making this noise, the group turns around and notices that there was almost an earthquake, but when they look back, they see it was our MC hitting the wall. He places his hand on the wall and comments that the dungeon's structure is a bit unstable, so they should be careful. However, their attention wasn't even on him because shortly after, a figure finds a box and someone approaches, saying that it might be difficult to open the box because they needed someone in the group with the thief status. So he thought about stepping out to open the box ahead. But at this moment, we can see our boy appearing in the background, telling everyone that he at least wanted to try. He then approaches the chest, moves it a little here and there, and then manages to open the chest completely. As soon as he opened the chest, someone approaches and realizes that the unlocking ability wasn't something our MC should be able to have because it required level 5. Then, our MC refutes by saying that an awakened one can learn various abilities, and besides, there could be a small chance of a level 5 ability appearing for someone at level 1. After taking all the resources from the chest, the leader appears and collects all the cards that were there and places them in his system. Then he asks his group to prepare because now they would start moving up to the next floors. But it was at this moment that our boy noticed something else happening. So, he asks the person in front of him to stop for a moment. Without understanding, they stop. At this moment, our MC, who was holding the stone in his hand, simply throws it towards the walls. By throwing it, certainly in some spots, it ends up activating a trap. And then, after a few minutes, the traps are activated, and in front of them appears a wall with some spikes that almost crush them. We see her thanking our MC because she saw that he had quite a bit of knowledge about this dungeon, or if he was an infinite hacker. He didn't want to be caught and just comments that he managed to hit a bit behind and ended up discovering all the weak points of these dungeons. But the one who was most surprised by our MC was White, but our White didn't want all the attention from our big guy. She ignores him, but soon after, the system already appears for Ye Qing. After the system appears, he comments that our MC managed to completely fool the group and that the objective here becomes more personal. And he says to himself that it was even a good idea to put many points into intelligence because he easily tricked those extras. But as Ye Qing managed to enter the dungeon without triggering a single trap, the group leader, Ye Qing, was simply handed a card. Our protagonist activated his evaluation and realized that the card in his hand wasn't particularly good or bad, so he decided to just keep it. As they continued on their path, they were suddenly surprised by what they found. They discovered some sort of vase and thought that this might be the final level, that this place they had arrived at could be some kind of bonus room where they could take anything they wanted. But ahead, there was a cup with some red things inside. Above it, something was written. The system already mentioned that this place was a kind of abyss where there was a unique treasure, but within this unique treasure there was also a unique monster. At that moment, a tank approached what was floating above the cup and grabbed it from behind. He simply appeared, asking them to relax a bit because things were getting weird here, and if they messed with something wrong, they'd be in big trouble. But he said it was fine because all the experiences he had in that abyss were different, and they shouldn't worry. He even removed that plate with something written on it from the cup, but when he did, something began bubbling inside it, and then the system appeared, commenting that a blood swarm was happening at that moment, and something started to emerge and rise from the cup. The group was surprised by this and prepared themselves. Then someone commented that there was no treasure there but a trap, and they had completely fallen for it. Perhaps this was the legendary monster, a monster that was sealed in a cup in the past but had now been released. This monster was known in Ye Qing's world as the Dream Monster, and several skull-shaped things were already appearing, ready to face this monster. He then drew a dagger from the system, now ready. But at that moment, Ye Qing and his group also prepared themselves because they were now surrounded by these creatures and had no way out. He had no choice but to fight these monsters, and at that moment, he would have to use some of his strength, deciding to use only 25% of it to defeat these creatures. Then he noticed the ring and realized he could also use the card he had received. But at that moment, he remembered that the system had warned him that if he used that card, his attributes would be reduced to 0, something he didn't want to happen. Using it now would be useless to him, so he decided to save it for future use. But as the monsters advanced toward his group, Ye Qing prepared himself and used the soul thread to defend against the monsters. The monsters attacked with everything they had, but with one strike, our hero defeated some of them. She looked at him, surprised by his strength, because as he cut through those monsters, Ye Qing was already slicing those things in half. But it didn't help. They regenerated. But at that moment, she got distracted, and the dream monster appeared in front of her, nearly catching her off guard. However, she was already prepared, so she just looked at Kilo with the sword up and down and ended up splitting that monster. But the one in trouble here was that warrior from Ye Qing's world. The group, surprised by what was happening, saw that every piece they cut didn't affect those monsters. Now, they saw one of the dead ones preparing to attack. Jir found himself unable to defend any longer. The reason for his inability to defend was the presence of the monstrous figure before him, which seemed significantly weaker. A single blow could incapacitate him, yet this monster possessed a unique ability. It could channel the strength of humans, thereby doubling its own power compared to that of a mere mortal. This realization should have caused greater concern within him, as if the monster fully understood this advantage. The consequences would undoubtedly be terrible. However, at a crucial moment, he managed to grab his machete and swiftly struck behind the monster, causing it to lose one of its heads in the process. Meanwhile, in the background, a voice acknowledged his commendable action, though expressing concern that it might momentarily distract him as the monster began to prepare for a counterattack. The protagonist recognized the urgency of the situation but found himself unable to mount a sufficient defense. In a quick and decisive move, the monster swung its sword downward, inflicting a devastating blow that severed the limb of a nearby bystander. As the monster approached with each step, it posed an imminent threat. Observing the dire situation, the individual who had previously praised him realized his own limitations, acknowledging his inability to intervene further. Just as the monster, now assuming a human form, raised its sword for a final strike, the fallen warrior faced a moment of helplessness. What course of action could he take now? Uncertainty loomed, yet the monster remained resolute in its intent, launching a fierce attack against the defenseless warrior. Amid the imminent danger, a ray of hope emerged as our heroine made a timely appearance. Employing a newly discovered ability, she confronted the monster with ice, effectively neutralizing the threat. With a sense of accomplishment, she remarked on the insignificance of those beneath her, emphasizing their inherent weakness. However, while the frozen threat was defeated, a new danger loomed on the horizon. The once formidable monsters, now strengthened, advanced toward the fallen knight. Nevertheless, the arrival of the mage served as a temporary reprieve, despite the limitations of her magic. Seizing the opportunity, our MC, driven by the desire to test his new abilities, unleashed a powerful explosion. The unexpected display of power left the spectators in awe, provoking speculation about its origin. The sudden manifestation of such potent abilities from an apparently novice individual defied conventional understanding, generating intrigue and uncertainty. Even as the dust settled from the explosive display, the threat persisted. Undeterred by the formidable blast, the monsters continued their relentless advance. However, the resounding cry of Ye Qing momentarily halted their attack, providing a fleeting advantage in the face of imminent danger. This was the crucial moment for him to reveal a newly discovered ability. With a swift movement, he activates the basic mode. This particular ability granted Ye Qing not only a 100% speed increase, but also an hour of unmeasured strength at 100%. With this formidable power, Ye Qing could withstand anything. He advances determinedly toward the monstrous adversary, delivering a single devastating blow that shatters the creature into pieces. However, as he turns to assess the effectiveness of his strike, he is surprised to see the monster regenerating. Nevertheless, to his surprise, the creature does not revert to its smaller form, but transforms into a colossal behemoth. He realizes that the situation has escalated, and the prospect of defeat looms. Despite this, a gleam of satisfaction shines within him as he has achieved something he desired: the ability to mimic a certain talent. However, his satisfaction is short-lived, as he questions the unexpected appearance of a king-level monster. These creatures should not inhabit a zone designated for lower-level encounters. This anomaly perplexes him, leading him to question the very fabric of reality. Yet, amidst his pondering, he discerns the reason behind the monster's unprecedented evolution. It absorbed a fraction of his formidable strength, elevating it to a level akin to that of a king. When the monstrous entity reaches out to grab him, our protagonist nimbly dodges, causing it to grasp only empty air. However, despite his evasion, he finds himself sprawled on the ground, confronted with the harsh reality of his adversary's formidable strength. Nevertheless, he refuses to succumb to despair, recognizing that his attributes are comparable to those of his enemy. With one-on-one combat rendered futile, he acknowledges the need for an alternative approach. Amid his contemplation, his companion intervenes, urging him to retreat as she prepares to demonstrate her own power. Surprised but reassured by her determination, he watches as she confronts the monstrous adversary head-on, recognizing the need for a battle of equals. She is ready to face As the two adversaries prepare for the showdown, the monster attacks with lightning speed, catching her by surprise. However, she quickly turns the situation around, using the monster's limb as a conduit to approach with unparalleled determination. She grabs her blade, imbued with the icy power of frost, and drives it into the beast's heart. Nevertheless, the monster, ever cunning, counters her attack by freezing only a part of its limb to thwart her efforts. Undeterred by this setback, she presses on, her determination unshaken in the face of adversity. As the monster closes in for the final blow, she braces herself for the inevitable confrontation, knowing that victory lies not in retreat, but in relentless pursuit of triumph. The monster that was attacking her suddenly halts because she used a powerful skill. A shockwave emerges within the area. In the background, we see our protagonist along with his group watching the battle unfold. At this moment, she activates a flag that will make her much stronger, but ends up placing it on the ground. Then, the system appears, stating that this somehow inspires allies' speed to increase by 30% within a 50-meter radius. After that, with the flag firmly planted in the ground, ice begins to emerge from it, completely encasing the monster. Now, the monster was totally frozen, and she could easily kill it. Her speed had increased significantly, so she would use it to her advantage. The mastery of ice was specialized in containing monsters here, and although she still couldn't send this beast to be dragged away, she would at least be able to wound it a bit. But even the frozen monster was still strong, though here she might have ended this fight, because she now ended up splitting that monster in half. Here, possibly our commentary, is that her skill was a legendary profession, chosen by only one person among those lucky ones. But currently, our MC was eager to see who was stronger, that monster or our little white girl. Our protagonist wanted to see which was stronger, that girl who had the powers of the gods or that monster who had the powers of Ye Qing. But, well, the hope of being able to send that monster to be dragged away was low because even her strongest blow didn't work against that monster. The monster ended up removing that ice shell that was between him, and he retreats. Below, we see our little white girl looking up, but as she looks up, she ends up seeing that monster attacking her again with those arms coming at her full force. She stops to avoid being caught, dodges, and although she is Class S, her strength is much lower than that of her brothers and sisters. Even though her last name belonged to an extremely powerful family, her own family always left her at the end. She was the weakest of the Liu family. She was the one who was always ridiculed by her family. She always ended up losing one by one, never having defeated a monster or anything like that, and now here she was, almost being defeated by the monster. But then she remembered those people in her family who always laughed at her, calling her weak or someone as weak as her. She was part of that family. Her own family even suggested that she should stay home, as it was better for her than being in an abyss. But this memory made her even angrier, as she was always directed to that abyss of novices, and she didn't like it. But now she remembered that she had a more potent skill. She wanted to finish this fight because she was always pitted against weak monsters to defeat. And now she wanted to change that. She wanted to be able to send extremely strong monsters charging toward her opponents to show them that she could do it. Now, closer than ever to that monster, she attacked it, her sword ending up driving into the monster's head, but the creature was resilient. Her sword, held with all her might, was broken as well. In the middle of it, Ye Qing widened her eyes in surprise, but behind her, another of those monster's claws appeared, coming directly at her. It caught her off guard, and she was thrown against the wall. There, we saw her against the wall, with a bit of blood escaping from her lips. At that moment, our mage had put all his trust in our protagonist, believing that she would be able to easily defeat that monster. Seeing her easily defeated was a shock. Even an S-class hunter was defeated, so what was the point of staying there? They should have been fleeing, but the monsters wouldn't allow it. The monster started running towards another person, but that person was Ye Qing. He ended up running towards that person as well, and they ended up colliding. An explosion occurred near the monster's hand, and it lost a bit of its arm. The lost arm from the explosion flew in another direction toward the group, who saw it coming. They simply decided to run, not wanting to get caught by that piece of arm. After the group ran to a corner where they wouldn't be caught, in the other direction, we could already see Ye Qing holding her sword with a determined look in her eyes. She watched our protagonist as he moved at high speed toward the monster. Would he be able to defeat this monster? He needed help from the system, so he activated the observation eye to find the monster's weak point. But if the monster reached the king, its own resistance and abnormal conditions, then Ye Qing needed to overcome him. So if his level was self-sufficient, he could become completely immune to freezing, torture, or paralysis. But the weak point was that as the level increased, another restriction wasn't really necessary here, so all of our MC's attributes should be unlocked. And here only his hand starts to catch fire, but the fire was much more potent. But that punch that Ye Qing was preparing, he simply launches it at that monster. Thinking that this punch he threw at that monster was enough to send it dragging, it wasn't. The monster ended up kind of retaliating against Ye Qing, but so that our protagonist wouldn't get caught, he starts running at high speed. They saw that he was fast as they watched this. We see our white one taking a healing potion to heal herself. While healing, we see him making some jumps. After dodging the monster's attack, he ends up slipping back a bit. Now behind our MC, he sees that so far he hasn't been able to find a specific weakness for this monster, but every monster he encountered had a weakness, and he needed to find that weakness. So, concentrating all the power within himself, with his two hands on fire, he throws them in the direction of that monster. Now, attacking it head-on, he saw that even if he attacked with everything, that monster would be able to regenerate, so there was no weakness that he could easily defeat. But was there a weakness inside or not inside? Ye Qing saw that this monster was being controlled remotely, which meant that something external was controlling it. So, after thinking that there was a control controlling it, he stops to think, and after reflecting a bit, he turns to his group and asks the group to hand him that block. To explain better, he ends up asking for that cube they had just removed, which would be thrown in his direction. He asked that the tank kick with all his strength towards that train in his direction. The request was made, the boy kicked that train. The kick was so powerful that it flew at another speed in his direction. Flying in his direction, the system explains that for the curse they are facing to be broken, it was necessary to cast a spell to break the curse. But the solution was in front of their eyes, so they needed to kind of seize it. But that thing started to be faster than our hero because that train ended up catching that block that was flying in his direction. That monster, after catching that block, ended up putting it in his mouth, and now the monster ended up receiving a new title, a title superior to the one it had before. Now he had the invincible mode. Standing still, we now see our white girl approaching him. She starts asking him why he was standing there. He saw that he was too careless. Now he saw that the monster had entered invincible mode, and things got worse for them. So, our white girl, she gets closer and closer to our protagonist. But now she starts to remember a little more about our black. She even thinks she might have met him in a raid. Our black turns to her and confirms that yes, he had met her once in a raid. That time, he devoured something from her. She ends up remembering what he devoured from her. She is surprised that Ye Qing has obtained a higher class, and she even recalls his name, a name she remembers as the guy from the night house. Well, it was a name that left him quite surprised. But what surprised her was that our protagonist had already evolved. But she is also more surprised to see him alive here. But now, as she stops to think, she sees that this guy was trading his life for experience, which means he risked his life for experience. But after accumulating experience little by little, she wonders how he managed to become what he is, lamenting the situation. And that's how we're going to wrap up this video. She saw that this guy, Anne, was trading his life for experience. In other words, he was risking his life for experience. But after accumulating a bit of experience, she wondered how he managed to become as strong as he is now. He used to be shy when he saw her looking at him all the time, and she realized that he was changing the subject because now she didn't want to know about his past anymore. She wanted to get rid of this monster, since their main goal was to defeat this creature of sleep. Here, they and the hunter groups would have to give everything they had to kill this creature, but to kill it, she would use her ice mastery. With the help of her ice mastery, she would be able to stop this monster for a few minutes. But those minutes would be enough for Ye Qing to defeat it. What the group really needed was to prepare, as they would have to deal with the monster and divert its attention while the hunters drew the monster's attention. Ye Qing would give everything he had to defeat that monster in front of him. Our protagonist commented to them that, alone, they would never defeat these monsters, but if they both joined forces to fight this dream monster, they could certainly defeat it. So he asked her to agree to this, and she ended up saying not to worry, as she was in. Soon, thinking that it was just the two of them fighting these monsters, we can see the mage in the background saying that she was eager to fight alongside them in this battle. Other groups also end up being motivated to get out of this mess. And to get out, they will have to fight this stranger until they win. And since everyone united to fight these things, he asks everyone to prepare because everyone in his group will have to get out alive to tell the story to everyone. As they prepare, the monster also prepares. That thing they aim to get ends up being completely fused inside the monster. But unfortunately, they will only have 5 seconds to remove that thing from inside the monster. If by chance 5 seconds pass, they will never get out of this mess. But in 30 seconds, it will be the ideal time for them to launch the monster into the air. So he turns to the group and asks them to distract this monster for just 30 seconds. Since the order came from our leader, some don't give it much importance. But as it was to stay alive, our hunter here has extra motivation. He wanted to get out of this place alive, so he goes with all his speed towards the monster to attract its attention. Not just him, but the rest as well. But as soon as he shouts, he ends up also activating a new ability. His activated ability ends up boosting a few things for the other groups. The fatigue spirit of our white girl increased a bit, and is now at 100%. The magical recovery speed increased by 15%. After that, she looks in another direction. Now she doesn't understand how this was possible. So she sees that she couldn't underestimate Ye Qing's group because now they will have to give it their all. Catch that monster. Here, the two of them pointed in the direction of the monster because now they wanted to capture it once and for all. The warrior, who was filled with pure rage, ends up running at full speed towards the monster. As soon as he approached the monster, he begins cursing everything at the top of his lungs. But by saying those wonderful words to the monster, in his vision, he ends up getting what he wanted, the monster's attention. The monster starts attacking with its tentacles, running towards him to avoid being caught. In the background, we see our character asking the mage to take care of our warrior's rear. Shortly after she asked the mage for this favor, we see the mage performing some kind of magic. After a minute of trying to invoke the magic, she manages to release some lights, and these lights speed towards the monster in front of her. However, the monster is not hit by these lights because it ended up using its tentacles as bait and was hit in its tentacles. As Ye Qing was observing everything that was happening, he discovers a weak point of this monster to completely defeat it. Someone in the group needed to cast a fireball at this thing, a powerful fireball to break a certain shield. Our white girl, surprised and confused about how someone would cast this fireball, wondered how this was possible, as there was no one in her group with such an ability. He is preparing because he is going to test a new skill. She is surprised, wondering how this was possible because our protagonist, at that moment, wanted to remove that plate from inside the monster manually. Then she thinks that maybe he found a way to grab that plate, but then he puts his hand in front of her. Our protagonist commits to his plan that he would pass through the dream monster's body so that he could capture that plate. Our white completely understood the protagonist's plan, so as a way to help him, she will attract part of the monster's attention. She runs to the monster to attract its attention, but alone she won't be able to fully attract the monster's attention. Then, an archer in the background appears. The archer in the background starts shooting at certain points, but one of the main points was shooting upwards, hitting the ceiling. Our white asks him to drop some stones that were on top of that monster, and so it is done. After hitting one of the arrows in a very specific place, the stones that were on top of the monster end up falling on it, and it gets almost buried, but not completely, as our white appears on the other side. She ends up grabbing her flag again, and as soon as she waves it, we can see her saying that now she would freeze the monster. The monster will be frozen so that Ye Qing can cause that damage. But our back plan only observed those debris falling on top of the monster, but he prepared for the exact moment to manage to escape. Thinking about it, he runs backward, and we can see our white running too. She was ready to freeze this monster, but the monster ends up noticing the presence of the two. So the monster starts attacking our front character. But those tentacles end up not catching our hero because he managed to dodge easily. After dodging completely, he realizes that he managed to get hurt anyway, but he has a skill that allows him to regenerate completely, and this will help him get inside that monster and maybe remove that plate so that they can defeat this creature completely. But at this moment, we see our white, who now prepares herself. She places that flag on the ground, because now, after doing this, we can see the ground being completely frozen, and it's the monster's feet that were frozen. The lower part could no longer move. Meanwhile, our hero jumps on top of it. Now, on top of it, we see him at this moment trying to find an easier area for him to enter, and there he realizes that he needs to be fast enough. So he ends up activating the Fury of Speed, adding 20 speed points, but he also ends up adding a toxic potion. But since he has that system that ends up transforming any type of poisonous potion into something good for him, he ends up gaining 15% more speed, and there he also ends up using the potion card that it had been useless to him until now, but at this moment it could be quite useful. So our protagonist ends up adding 15% in defense and also in speed. Now, our guy has everything he needs to be completely inside the monster. He needed to fully enter it. So at high speed, we see the monster trying to defend itself with its tentacles. The monster also finds a weak spot in our hero, so with one of its tentacles, it attacks him. He realizes that he has been discovered. To avoid being captured and easily dragged by this monster, he ends up using his arms to defend himself. The group of heroes is surprised to see that our guy managed to face it head-on. Then he is thrown backward, falling to the ground. We see him saying that, for the second time, he failed as always. A guy who was recognized as trash, losing the fight again. Well, this was a fitting place for our protagonist. But he ends up smiling. At that moment, he thinks he should do something different, so he activates his recycling system. The system appears behind him and ends up devouring Ye Qing. Since, at this moment, Ye Qing sees himself as an object to be recycled, so he ends up kind of entering the system. After being devoured, the monster remains motionless, and his group, surprised, tries to understand how this was possible. But minutes after this event, we can see him coming out of that system. Ye Qing ended up recovering some things, but at this moment, the system explains that he wasn't something that could be recycled because he was still alive. So that thing that was almost being recycled would be discarded again and come back with everything. He ends up kind of using the force of that moment, allowing him to now become much stronger than before. And he will use this monster to know if he will be able to defeat this monster that he found in front of him. Will he be able to kill it? As soon as he auto-recycles, he becomes much faster and stronger and starts running at high speed towards the monster in front of him. After running, he simply passes through the creature, but his goal was to pass through it to retrieve that plate inside it. So, after advancing quickly, he manages to grab the plate, holding it firmly in his hand to prevent it from falling. Now that the creature has fallen to the ground, we see him performing an incantation. How did he do this? Well, he simply began to read that thing in front of him. And after mentioning some sort of spell, the monster ends up being defeated, and the blood analysis was completed, which means that this mission was kind of completed. In the background, we can see the protagonists group. One of them did not believe that everything was over. Our little white girl also did not understand whether she had won or lost, but she realized she was alive. Minutes later, we can see the XP going to Ye Qing's group, and each of them ended up receiving a bit of XP. The mage received something like 1 point in strength, 6 in agility, and an additional 16 in intelligence. The other companion almost received the same thing, but the most different here was our little white girl, who got something different. She received 32 in strength. However, no one lives on strength alone, so for that, the system gave her an additional 28 in agility, 38 in intelligence, and also luck increased by 34. We have moved to a different place, and here we see our protagonist eager to see if he could also reach a certain level. The system ends up saying that our protagonist is at the maximum level, and upon seeing the system's response, he already understands what is happening to him. And it was what he was expecting the most. But soon after, our hero realizes that even without leveling up, a legendary chest appears in front of him. Everyone is surprised, but one of them then realizes that this might be the greatest treasure of their lives and that they might never get something like this again. Then inside that chest, some cards appeared, and these cards that emerged from the chest began to be read in one direction, but one of those directions was his, who was at the back, and he simply raised his hand, and one of them came to his hand. But what came to his hand was a sword whose appearance was not the best, as its attack level was 88, and it only required a level 10 to use this sword. Since Ye Qing is at level 1 and might have a maximum level limit, he might be able to use this sword soon. Then the system appears and informs him that he does not have the necessary requirements to use this sword. Seeing that he could not use such a good card, he unfortunately ends up discarding it and realizes it was a waste to throw it away. But as he looks forward, we then see several cards on the ground. But the scene has already changed to our little white girl because, well, she appeared there near our MC just to deliver some things, like some good cards, because what she was doing was just returning the favor for what our protagonist did. Ye Qing, who was a bit dazed, just stood quietly observing everything that was happening. But at that moment, he needed to say something to her, so he calls her, and he ends up asking her a favor. But well, this favor is not revealed to us for now. Then, our scene changes again, but here it cuts to us from the portal. Outside the portal, who were waiting there for a certain person. This person who was holding the phone had asked for a strong rescue team, not a weak one. So they saw the need to enter, but it was not necessary, as from inside the portal, some shadows appeared. Shortly after these shadows started advancing towards them, we discover who these shadows were. Our little white girl along with her team. As soon as they appeared, we saw the guard happy to see that she was completely fine. One of the journalists who was there, just waiting to see what was happening, approached the young girl to ask what was going on inside. However, upon realizing that she managed to get out without a scratch, he discovered that she had managed to finish that abyss alone. But then the guards approached our little white girl, who asked the guard to step back a little. She then commented that this portal was very easy, and at that moment she said goodbye to the rest of the group, feeling a bit happy, but still confused. So, we need to go back a little to that moment when Ye Qing wanted to talk to our little white girl. Our protagonist has the idea that the LM group should not be having money problems. Moreover, he is selling his share of the loot to her, in addition to giving a 50 magic crystal discount. She understands what Ye Qing wanted to do, but she still could not understand why he did not want to receive all this visibility since she managed to clean. He completely cleared that dungeon, but our hero insists on asking her to simply relax. Let Ye Qing escape to the back because he had something very important to do. He asked her to treat our protagonist as a mere extra, not to talk to him, or simply pretend that she never met him. She understands what our protagonist meant, so he leaves and talks about some things that needed to be discussed in the future. After Ye Qing leaves, we return to real time, where we see our white character even more confused than before. She still doesn't understand what he was planning. She doesn't know what Ye Qing wanted to do, but we know, because inside that portal, we can already see our hero sitting next to the thing that our protagonist exorcised, the small creature that was fighting against him. As he sits there, our protagonist begins to reach out towards it, and as he gets closer, he notices a slime coming out of it with a smile on its face. Ye Qing realizes that he needs the strength of this small creature, so he simply asks if the creature doesn't want to be like a ragged old thing for the rest of its life, or something abandoned, to give up everything and join him, to join its strength without resistance. Ye Qing calls the system, asking to recycle the creature's blood. After doing this, the creature is captured and sucked into his portal. After being sucked in, he unlocks some new abilities. This ability will allow our protagonist to copy someone else's ability, or basically copy the other person, and if the person is strong, he will gain the same strength, but will only have 30 seconds to use this ability. Then things got interesting. He feels all the power within him now, as he is fully energized. Our MC needed to face other battles, as our hero needed to get stronger and stronger. We encounter several setbacks or obstacles as he tests these new abilities he just acquired, but the scene cuts to another location. Here, in an open area, we see our protagonist inside someplace in that location. Our protagonist was picking something up, but at the same time was looking at a system screen. He was observing his skills and attributes there, but upon looking at these items, which had the highest level requirement, they were basically handed over to Leakin. The supervisory group didn't even dare to look at the equipment that our protagonist had there. Well, maybe the reason was that the available equipment wasn't that good or something like that. He even picks up these items that were there and seems to be throwing them away or trying to discard these things because our hero saw no reason to care about these items in his hands. Now he even starts to think about what to do with all these items here. They aren't worth selling. He doesn't even know where he should throw these things away, but accidentally, our Ye Qing leaves the system screen open, and by leaving it open, he ends up accidentally pressing recycle. And with that, the hammer that was in Ye Qing's inventory ends up being recycled, and this gives our hero a BP point. Well, BP is a kind of thing that allows our MC to take an extremely useless piece of equipment, and with that also useless, our protagonist could simply be leveling it up. He can take anything of low class and just put it there, and maybe he can recycle it. He can also recycle materials or other things, and all of this will come to him. So he holds a dagger in his hand, and in front of it, the system gives Ye Qing a tutorial. Our hero should try to repair a dagger there, and he would earn 5 BP points. And as he got these things after fighting that boss before, he ends up thinking about using that dagger to improve it soon. So Ye Qing starts to mess with the system, and there he begins to try to level up that weapon to something better. Soon he succeeded. Our protagonist sees in front of him that the dagger managed to reach a durability of 34 out of 34, and also its strength increased the level to be able to equip that weapon in his hand was level 1. And Ye Qing also noticed that the weapon not only increased its strength, but also the durability of that thing, and also its attack power increased a lot, making our protagonist quite happy because, in other words, any worn-out or useless equipment or weapon could become something quite strong in the future. The junk team needs to be able to evolve or maybe have an evolution season to get stronger and stronger. So, the system also congratulates our MC for completing the tutorial, and he ended up earning something. That something he earned was a kind of potion that, when used, would make his magical power return to normal or back to 100%. So Ye Qing just needs to drink it, but at the moment, the attribute values are not scarce for him. What worries him more is that when adventurers venture into the abyss, They cannot foresee the extent of the abyss, and many adventurers who are not well prepared often still cannot find the boss. And in the midst of these jokes, they might end up running out of mana, magical power, and therefore, these magical bottles collected in the abyss are also essential and fundamental for surviving inside the abyss. With this in hand, his magical power automatically returns to 100%. But at the moment, the system just delivered a new card to our hero. But this time, there was a drawing of something that our MC didn't quite understand the reason. But in the next moment, it explained to him that the potion that the boy, he had just received a regeneration potion that only required using some BP to use this card. And it wasn't so surprising that this card was a regeneration card. But he didn't understand why he needed a BP item. But he needed something to make this potion work effectively. So he ended up asking a boss in front of him to lend some items, like some empty cups, and it was done. So, our protagonist ended up taking those 3 cups, and then we see him trying to do a few things. One of those things was trying to remove some trash inside. Then comes the regeneration phase. However, Ye Qing also noticed that this thing above him looked like a game, but well, he tried to do what needed to be done, and everything he tried came out perfect. He didn't make a single mistake. So, he managed to do what he wanted so much. But well, since he succeeded, our protagonist starts looking at it thinking that this thing was a bit recyclable, and being recyclable, it wasn't a good idea to at least try to get this thing, but not enough to try. Our protagonist then ends up taking it, and by taking this thing, he ends up getting the luminous magic potion 6 times. So as soon as our protagonist manages to get this, he realizes that his magical power increased a lot, the fatigue value decreased a bit, but at this moment, he feels that his magical power increased greatly, and the fatigue in his body almost disappeared completely. He feels happy, but now that he saw that he managed to hack the hackers, Ye Qing wants to test it in an abyss. So, he ends up leaving through that door, but as soon as he exits, we see some extras appearing. So he ends up calling our protagonist and asks if King was our hero. Our Ye Qing starts looking at these 2 guys who appeared there, and one of them comments that his temperament has changed a few days ago. So he ended up thinking that our protagonist was because, within the class he had, he was a trash collector, and suddenly was collecting some rare items. And a few days ago, he was looking for our protagonist. So, as he couldn't find Ye Qing, he almost reported that our hero was missing. But fortunately, he found our protagonist, only that our hero here comments for these extras to disappear from his sight, because these guys were looking for the wrong thing, since our protagonist, all this time, had already paid off all his debt with them. Well, these guys who are now after him are those loan sharks from whom he borrowed money. Well, he managed to pay off his debts, but he signed a contract with them before, and unfortunately, he will have to act as a trash collector and cannot escape his responsibility. Not only because our protagonist recently unlocked a dark class, but also because he received this class, that's why he must act this way. He is just a trash collector, and a trash collector must act in his way, and he says this. But well, that wasn't enough, so he ends up knocking from our hero's hand the cup he was holding, but just that. From there were some things, and all this ends up falling on the ground. But well, instead of our protagonist taking the blame, they end up taking the blame, saying that our protagonist ended up bumping into a B-level guy. When a 0-level guy bumps into something higher, they must act to prevent that guy from standing out. The stronger ones always have to dominate the weaker ones. So the 2 extras prepare to take Ye Qing from behind, and at that moment, he ends up looking up. Looking up, he sees some cameras, so he ends up thinking that if by chance he does something stupid, he could screw himself, because they might be using this recording in his favor, right? But well, to begin with, he ends up giving our hero the chance to get rid of this curse. He asks our MC to pick up those balls that were all on the ground, only he wouldn't pick them up from the ground, he would eat them there on the ground. And if by chance our protagonist cleans everything, he can let Ye Qing act normally, because what he would be doing would be just the job of a trash collector. After all, it was a unique opportunity that our protagonist should take advantage of. As soon as he hears this from his mouth, he gets angry and simply refuses. But by refusing, he ended up getting irritated. Now, unfortunately, he will have to punish our hero, but at that moment someone appears and he ends up being locked in and even starts to shiver from the cold. Then he looks ahead, and we discover who appeared to make this guy tremble. It was Rodrigo, an S-level guy. Moreover, he was part of an extremely respected group in this world. However, this guy who just appeared wonders why these people were gathered here. Well, he makes up an excuse saying that he didn't have much idea because his main goal here was to put him in his place. But this left our little Yahello extremely irritated, asking for this kind of person to leave. But minutes later, he ends up turning around, but turns to him, and then comments that that person was a respected guy, a guy who was even strong. However, this bald guy here ends up saying that our protagonist was just a garbage collector, not special at all. But at this moment, Yahello stops and turns to that little Yahello. But well, in the background, the bald guy starts saying that he was not the guy he was looking for. He probably picked the wrong person, since he was just a supporting character in his view. But here our little Yahello comments that they will enter a certain dungeon there, but inside he will fight against some fierce beasts. But the purpose of entering there was because they will enter when the moon turns red. Yahello, after hearing this thing about the moon turning red, becomes curious to know what will happen inside during the red moon. The monsters inside the abyss could have an extremely high power difference. Extremely rare monsters could appear more frequently during that certain period when the moon turns red. You could also kill a monster in there, and, with the red moon, you would have a chance to get crystals of a purer type. This crystal on the black market would be worth 2 wines, and Yahello, upon hearing this, already starts to feel the urge to enter there. So he ends up joining this blonde guy, and he is happy. And here he is happy that our protagonist joined him. So at this moment, he would already be preparing for them to enter the first portal. But at the point where he talks about it, we see a guy in the background appearing, but this one who just appeared points in the direction of our MC. Well, he would recognize him, so he turned as quickly as possible in the direction of the one who had just appeared. Our protagonist, of course, didn't want him to find him, so as soon as he saw him, he simply put his hand on his face, pushing him to a darker corner nearby. As soon as they reached that corner, he asked him to let go of his face, and while they fought there in the background, we see our Blondie is just watching this madness now that he was freed from our protagonist. We see him standing there, surprised, because he saw that everything that happened in that dance was not an illusion. Yes, it was Yahello, but to get rid of this guy once and for all, our hero simply comments that if it hadn't been for borrowing a bit of their strength, everyone would have been dead at that moment during that dance, and the credit should all go to our MC. So, Blondie appears and asks if our protagonist already knew this guy. Then, he tries to refute, saying that he had never seen him before, but that he is an acquaintance. But well, he also knew about the past of this guy who wore the hood. He betrayed his friends, and surprisingly, this guy who betrayed almost everyone and ended up having a good friend leaves. But our protagonist starts to wonder how he managed to get out of there. So he begins to explain that after betraying everyone and placing the blame on him, he did the following. He personally went to their union to try to reveal that he was guilty of everything, but it didn't work. He ended up taking all the blame and was going to be imprisoned, I don't know for how many years, but he realized that if he stayed in prison, his life would be bad afterwards. So, he ended up spending all the money he had to pay a fine, and then was free. But thanks to that, he ended up losing everything, lost all his level, and all of that was our protagonist's fault. Now he wanted his levels back, and if our protagonist didn't return them, he would report our protagonist to the union. Well, our protagonist calmly and coldly simply asks him to report if he wanted to try his luck. Our protagonist still gives him a chance, he just gives him a single chance to do so. Well, he might have success, but the rest could be history for him. But after these basic threats, our scene cuts to another place. Here we are already inside the portal. We can see ahead a red crystal, but just below a bit we see our protagonist already there with that guy, along with the one who wanted to report Yahello. But as they walk a bit more, they end up approaching a group, and as they get closer to this group, they start asking our hero to reveal who he was. So he ends up introducing himself. After introducing himself, the other also introduces himself. He was a first-class mage named Xian. But knowing that our MC had an extremely low class, he approaches Ye Qing and comments there that it wasn't necessary to mock each other because, in reality, everyone has a trash class. But here they should be equal in everything because their goal was always to make money, and within this gel, they could do that. What they need to do is unite to form some creatures or cultivate some crystals that will be inside some monsters they will capture. But, well, at this moment, he comments that this was his band, his group, and that they would follow the strongest, so maybe he was possibly the strongest. The two mages in the back did not hesitate. They would follow this guy, as he was the strongest at the moment. But then we see our little yellow guy commenting that now they needed to convey a message. This time, besides the sixth member, they now needed to make some kind of blood pact there, and currently there was a temporary member in their group, like an extra person with them. But, well, their conversation will not advance because he ends up pulling out a key. Well, this key he showed is a key for them to enter the portal. But upon entering the portal, they will encounter several traps. However, their main goal is to find Amanda. They are managing to overcome these obstacles without falling, and whoever passes faster wins. Also, if you have the misfortune of encountering a monster during this journey, your main goal is not to stand still and try to fight it because you would not be able to fight it, and now they can separate, each on their own, and whoever gets something specific, the one who manages to get the well-guarded prize inside this attraction and get back out through the portal, will win a prize. So, the others who are outside are already happy because, even now, they can't believe what they might possibly win in this mission inside this attraction they're entering. One of them comments that there was a family, and one of the people in this family is currently starving and needs something to eat. But the other comments that he needs to reach the prize first, because he also needs to take care of his wife, who is currently seriously injured and needs a considerable amount of money to pay for hospital treatments. But, well, their goal is not just to talk, but to enter the portal. So they start walking towards the portal. But, just as they are about to enter the portal, we see these two stopping to talk. One comments that a new guy appeared as if he had never seen this guy before, but the other comments that this guy who just appeared in their group was a personal friend of the little yellow line, so he should just move on. But he still wanted to stop because he saw that, even entering an attraction almost for the first time, Ye Qing had a calm and serene face. But they enter the portal, and as soon as they enter, they stop at the portal door. As soon as they stop, we see this green-haired guy already talking to the one who lost everything and went to live in the abandoned house. Well, he says something for him to be careful, but he, who has already entered an attraction, knows the things. But, out of nowhere, these two comment that the weather here started to get a little cold. The other comments that the temperature dropped out of nowhere. The green one starts to walk, saying that the cold was getting more intense, but they needed to advance. But he advances and does not realize his mistake. He ends up accidentally stepping on a slab, and this slab was a trap. As soon as he steps in it, a trap begins to emerge from the ceiling. It was a large axe. Our protagonist notices, but the green-haired one doesn't at that moment. Then, realizing he could be pulled up, our hero simply throws a stone at his head. The stone only pushes him, causing him to fall to one side, while the axe falls to the other. As he falls to the other side, he feels a bit of pain in his head while lying there trying to understand what just happened. His pain gets worse and worse, but our MC is surprised at how reckless these guys are in these places. Then, they start advancing further into the attraction. He continues moving forward and comments that he is very lucky, but then he starts moving again and steps on another slab. But this slab is a trap. His direction begins to fly towards some kind of white cocoons, but that thing there wasn't even dangerous. So he ends up simply running towards Ye Qing because he was scared. But as soon as he hits the ground, those white things get closer, and he realizes that something alive was inside those white cocoons below. Then he thought about what could be alive inside them, and claws of some unknown creatures appeared. What ended up appearing were some level 5 spiders. Then those spiders start running towards the green-haired guy. Seeing this approaching, he gets scared and asks the unpleasant essence to let go of his foot. But the one who lost everything and ended up living in the abandoned house simply throws a fireball at the spiders to at least scare them a little. But it didn't help. The fire didn't even scratch those things. Seeing that he couldn't even hurt them a little, we see those two advancing towards the spiders, because now it was their turn. They wanted to test some things on these spiders, so they get closer and then send some cuts at the spiders, sending some of them flying. But one of them ends up escaping and starts running in a direction, only that direction was towards our PRW. Well, they kind of stop there, and as they stop, they start looking at each other. After looking a bit, the spider advances and bites him. However, our hero doesn't even feel the pain. He simply gives a kick forward, but that small kick was enough to crush the spider. The small creature turned to dust from then on, but the one who lost everything turns to our hero and is surprised by what just happened. He didn't understand how a trash collector had such great strength. He managed to crush a level 5 spider so easily, something he couldn't even injure. But then, out of nowhere, the system appears commenting that our MC could be collecting the remains of those spiders he crushed to make a dagger. All he needed to do was recycle it, so he ends up recycling and gaining some points. After gaining these points, he ends up receiving a training there. But while that thing Ye Qing just gained, he could be fusing with the low-level sword that our HE understands that any corpse he finds, he can gain some cards, but he can also get the items from the creatures as well, and he could be fusing everything to make a better sword. But while our protagonist was there messing with his system, we see that guy next to him commenting to this rookie to relax a bit. If he was scared, he could be going back. So Ye Qing, seeing that he might be disrupting things, ends up using that thing on the sword he had there. After using it, he ends up seeing that his sword evolved. Now his sword, which was a common sword, became an extremely overpowered dagger. But well, while our prey held that best dagger in the world, in the background, we see the green guy running from that spider. But he stops, he is tired of running from that thing, now he wants to fight the spider. So, he ends up putting on a mask. With that mask on his face, he ends up feeling much stronger. So after feeling stronger, he ends up dodging because that sand just cut in his direction and almost hit him, but he managed to dodge. But well, he ended up awakening a somewhat useless class, or even good or useless. Even his ability is simple, he needed to sing. When he sings, he could improve some of his things. So he ends up taking off the microphone and now asks this monster to relax, because things will get pretty bad for him. He will show his greatest potential now. So he starts to sing. Well, he sings something that's not good, no. The guy sings very badly. In the background, we see Ye Qing, who is just watching his singing from there, while that little creature around just gets more and more irritated. But well, listening to his bad singing from there, he ends up getting extremely irritated. The monster activated the new form and now wanted to go after that little green one. And our little green one, seeing that he failed, ends up running. But it didn't help that the spider was much faster than the virgin. He just looks back and sees those claws of that thing approaching him. Then he sees that thing jumping on him to completely grab him. Only at this moment do we see our protagonist who, at this moment, will not allow that weak spider to catch our hero. So, with that style of our deep web dream along with the deep web dagger, our MC starts dealing with this monster. But his goal was not just to kill these little monsters, no. He wants to find the boss to be able to get the boss for himself, right? To gain a little more hack. Continuing the story from the last chapter, even with our big guy activating the deep web sung mode, he couldn't stop all the monsters. In that beautiful moment, the monsters received a basic empowerment, and, because of that, they became stronger. Those two over there who had a tough family to wake up got ready to act in the rear, since they were now much more powerful than before. However, we see that guy who lost everything and went to live in the abandoned house. At this moment, he prepares to launch an attack on the monster running towards those two figures. He ends up using some fireballs, but at this point, our hero passes by the guy who lost everything and went to live in the abandoned house. Well, our hero doesn't pass at a slow speed, but at high speed. And the guy doesn't even see his shadow. What he really saw were those spider monsters, which scared him at that moment. However, those claws that were about to grab the guy who lost everything and went to live in the abandoned house are suddenly cut out of nowhere and hang there floating. Minutes later, they fall. The monsters also fall, and some of them end up being sliced. Not just some, but several, who unfortunately had their bodies split in half after that Tramontina, our hero, passed through those spider monsters. We see him landing behind the two extras in a superhero pose. After landing in the superhero pose, we suddenly see the two extras looking at each other. At that moment, they ask what just happened, as they barely saw what happened right in front of them. Our hero went up and down with the knife and managed to send some monsters away. They then suspect that our big guy possibly has a secret class, but our big guy starts thinking about other things. The demonized spiders have gigantic resistance to poison, and what does that mean? Well, I don't know much. But I know that poison doesn't work against these spiders. These spiders. It's also no surprise, since one of the most potent poisons in the world of our heroes is extracted from these spiders that our big guy ended up sending away. However, if you use these things to your advantage, you'll have a better chance of fighting these same spiders. It's like using poison against the poisoner, but you can't defeat a spider just using its own poison. You'll need some knife skills to take them down. While our hero is amazed by the potency of the poison of these spiders, we see the two in the background still believing in the strength of the barbarians who faced the spiders and easily defeated them. Well, these guys think that the one who defeated the spiders was our first-class singer. He even believes it was him, but upon thinking, he realizes it wasn't. He only used some small buffs, but it wasn't enough to send the monsters to their graves or anything like that. While that guy was receiving all the credit from Ye Qing from somewhere else, we see our big guy commenting on a few things. Abyss monsters have a little intelligence to distinguish their target as enemy or ally. And what will that change on the battlefield? A lot of things. This ability allows them to choose who to attack and who not to attack. At that moment, our hero stops to take a closer look. Looking closely, he realizes they will use the same strategy, running and counterattacking at the same time. Our hero then heads in that direction, while our big guy stands still thinking about a few things. Thinking about it, we see this guy here commenting that the monsters suddenly decided to run and retreat. This was just one of the first 4 floors, and there was still a lot to explore. But at the moment, Ye Qing didn't want to imagine what could appear a little later. He could be discovering new things. Then he wondered if he should spend the things he was earning by killing those monstrous spiders. But he decided not to spend. Instead, he converted them into some points, and in the end, our hero ended up accumulating 27 points in his system to distribute in his stats. But he thinks about keeping a card as some sort of space and decides to convert the remaining 27 points into BP points, which ultimately gives our protagonist 54 BP points. Our MC could use these points for many things, but the scene shifts in another direction, with those extras commenting that the monsters suddenly decided to flee. They intended to flee from this place so they could ascend to the next floor. Then he lights a torch and, being the group's leader, asks everyone in his group to gather in a corner so they can move forward together, aiming to go as deep as possible into this. The dungeon the group follows, since they had no intention of retreating, and besides, our hero thinks he won't trigger any more traps, as he was easily defeating all the monsters. At least, that's what he thought. RPR thinks he'll have a lot to do at the moment, so he considers following them, but he feels lazy. However, looking to the side, he notices something strange. A portal appearing out of nowhere in the middle of the cave they were entering. This was a secret area that he could explore alone if he wanted, but due to the influence of the red moon, he needed to be more cautious, as his team was quite weak at the moment. So he decides to explore the dungeon, but also being cautious. He ends up summoning a blood nightmare, that little thing our hero dealt with last season, and since it literally copied the person in front of it, Ye Qing appears in front of him. Before continuing on his adventure, he asks his clone to follow the group and not lose sight of them. The clone understands and follows the group. Moving forward, we see the 10=10 singer asking what was going on since he wasn't following, but the clone was the one following. Moving forward, he yells at him not to fall behind because if he did, they wouldn't know how he died. As he said this, we see the portal a little closer. Inside the portal, we see our hero, who has already entered. Upon entering, he finds himself in a gigantic cave, but it was empty, like a huge area covered in moss. There isn't much moss here. Suddenly, behind our hero, a spider appears ready to grab him. The spider jumps at him, but he is too fast. He turns and sees the spider. To avoid being caught by it, our hero simply jumps to the side, while the spider smashes face first into the ground. Jumping to the side, we see him crawling to the side. However, this spider kind of gets up again and gets into a position not to counterattack our big guy immediately. And it didn't take long for it to launch a swipe at our guy, but he was too fast, easily dodging that attack. At this point, its claw got stuck in the ground, and this was the more than ideal moment for him to attack this spider. He ends up launching several slashes at that claw that was stuck in the ground. After those slashes completely disappeared, our big guy is quite surprised. The reason was that our protagonist couldn't even scratch the spider's claw. The thing was tough, and at this point he understood that its physical defense had become almost completely immune to Ye Qing's attacks. He could attack that thing as much as he wanted, but no matter how much he tried, the spider wouldn't take any damage. At this point, the spider counterattacks Ye Qing. To avoid being caught by surprise, he kind of jumps back, using his arm as a shield, but that wasn't enough because the claw ended up scratching our big guy a little, and he's thrown against the wall with full force. He ends up being smashed against the wall. At that moment, our protagonist activates his ability. His ability allows him to see the level of this monster to determine if he might perhaps kill this spider. Its name is Hadada, level 20, and it was a rare level. Our guy is paralyzed and doesn't even see what he could do against those powerful claws in front of him. He was surprised, but at the same time happy, because now a unique opportunity in his life appeared before him. As a rare elite monster appeared, he could kill it and then steal its levels to apply them to himself. But to defeat it, he would have to overcome the spider. The spider does not give up and ends up spitting some kind of web in his direction, but the webs do not hit him. They simply fall to the ground. Ye Qing jumps to the side and easily dodges these web attacks. Jumping to the side, our protagonist lights a small fire in his hand. With that small fire in his hand, Ye Qing jumps on top of the spider from above. From the spider, he reaches his hand down, and after reaching down, he ends up shouting the name of his ability. After shouting the name of this ability, an explosion happens right below the spider. The spider is hit directly, but even then it wasn't defeated. It became much angrier with our MC. Now it was faster and fiercer. It throws webs at our protagonist, but our hero wasn't stupid. He managed to dodge them. The spider then begins to counterattack Ye Qing with several attacks, but even that wasn't enough to capture our hero. Fleeing from there, our big guy ended up discovering some things about this spider he was fighting. It had extremely high resistance and immunity to fire. So, in the end, Ye Qing discovered that he could use his attributes to his advantage. In this case, our protagonist would use other things. He approaches the spider, which was spitting webs in his direction but missing easily. There, he wouldn't use weak powers to kill this spider. He would use his dagger, the sun dagger. He then approaches the spider, holds it firmly in his hand, and prepares to strike that attack towards the spider while it was spitting some webs, and at the same time watching our dear hero next to it, with the unknown dagger near its face. When he gets closer than ever to this monster, our MC delivers a critical blow to the creature and ends up cutting the monster with some blades, causing some small critical strikes. The monster simply jumps in pain, and our protagonist falls to the ground. However, on the ground, our protagonist is happy to know that some level 5 spiders had massive defense against poison. In contrast, the poison resistance of this level 20 Mother Queen was extremely low. Even a small amount of poison could take down a monster like this. Our protagonist is surprised that what was created by her offspring became her weakness. Here, in the game, Ye Qing begins to realize that the reason why this spider had a significant weakness to any poison was simply because this boss spider had changed her way of life. She used to hunt, but abandoned her title and left it for her children to handle. She simply stayed in her nest, being fed. But the most ironic part of the story was that our hero used the same poison her offspring produced, and that poison was taking down the queen herself. From one point of view, this was quite sad, but for our MC, it wasn't that sad. At this moment, the spider started getting irritated with our protagonist and began preparing some webs to throw in his Even Agree's direction. Ye Qing is surprised, eyes wide open, seeing those webs coming towards him. Normally, he would be able to dodge this attack. But the spider was smart. It spun its body, making the webs follow him in the direction he was trying to escape. In the end, Ye Qing was captured by the spider. He was immobilized and couldn't move a muscle. The spider approached our MC thinking he was finally defeated. But what she didn't expect was that our protagonist had that instinct from his experience in Dungeons and Dragons that he wouldn't be easily defeated. So he activated his berserker ability, his eyes disappeared, and he became furious. With that, he managed to free himself easily from the webs that were holding him. Once free, our protagonist planted his foot on the ground and, with a strong push, launched himself towards the spider. The spider, seeing Ye Qing approaching, he did not move because he thought his punch would still be too weak. But that was his biggest mistake, as our protagonist managed to land a full punch on the spider. This time, it was not just an ordinary punch. He managed to crack the spider's shell. He not only cracked it, but he managed to pierce the spider with a single punch. Thus, our hero easily finished this battle against the boss spider. As soon as the boss spider was defeated, the system appeared, delivering some rewards to our protagonist. One of them was a new skill called Berserk Mode, which significantly increased Ye Qing's attributes. He would be able to avoid any type of attack, even if someone had high resistance. Our protagonist could ignore that resistance and be nearly immortal in a fight. However, there was a downside. If he used this skill, his health would gradually drain until he died or until the duration ran out. Most people would choose a better and more reasonable class, one that would not lead to their death. So our hero begins to think a lot about whether he should choose this skill, knowing that he would face many more monsters and extremely high resistances. The proof here is the monster that Ye Qing had just killed. So, if he chose the star ping option, our protagonist would undoubtedly be able to strengthen his basic, but his health would be drained. And that was a side effect he didn't like. He could choose this class, allowing our MC to have vast advantages on a battlefield. This would even be advantageous for our hero. Here, he doesn't think much. He simply chooses. Now that he has chosen Star Ping, with these two small axes here, he will be able to harm those with strong resistance. If someone has extremely high resistance, our hero could easily overpower his opponent. Yes, he is suffering a lot, but since he chose these two small axes, several cards appear in front of our hero. These cards were the reward he received after killing the spider, but here, he ends up choosing this card here. Taking a closer look at this card, he realizes that it is actually very good. If our MC takes it to the surface, he could sell it for a large sum of money, something around 15,000, and the advantage would be obvious for our hero. Oh well, he simply thinks about recycling some of these cards, because our protagonist only had one option, to sell one, and the rest he could use for himself. So these things come out of the system and move toward the items on the ground, while the big guy was devouring everything that creature on the ground had. We see him wondering what kind of skill he would gain by fully training this creature beneath him. Then, when he manages to fully train that monster below, he receives a new card. This was the Mother Nyata card he had just obtained. This card he unlocked was a card where he could summon 4 demonized Miatas to fight by his side, and their evolution also depends on combat experience. The more he fights, the better our protagonist's character becomes. But the big guy is already happy with one thing, because he saw that this monster can choose its own evolution, something he had never seen in one of the monsters. But while he was surprised, the scene here is cut again. Well, it's cut in another direction, but then we see that guy over there, the same one who is part of Ye Qing's team. He is happy and sad at the same time, because they least expected to maybe find a mine in the middle of the abyss. The other one then suddenly starts commenting that, for better or worse, they are in the time of the red full moon, which means that the crystals right in front of them are of extremely high rank, and they could sell these crystals they found here for a very high price on the black market. And the same even agrees, because in the market this thing here would be worth a fortune. But suddenly an extra pulls out a SW sword, and this sword that he just pulled out could totally destroy the place where they are. But that guy who lost everything and went to live in the abandoned house simply grabs him by the collar and yells at him to stop being... was level 1. But even at level 1, It was enough for Ye Qing to evolve a lot, since this small creature was strong. However, the system comments that our protagonist could increase the level of this small creature, making it grow just by using those BPD points. But for this thing to be able to fight on the battlefield and at least survive, it needed to be at level 5. He comments that he wanted to put this thing on a battlefield as soon as possible, wanted to have this thing fighting in front of him, since he couldn't use many of his skills. So at that point, he thinks of using some points to level it up. While he talks about it, we see the happiness of our little creature. Then, our protagonist ends up giving our little creature some DPP points, eventually increasing its level. Now it was the silk spider, thus becoming an apprentice. Ye Qing needed to make it stronger, but to find out if our little spider would really become the strongest of all, unfortunately, we'll have to find out in the next part. However, and lamenting the case, that's how we'll end this video.
Story continues after our protagonist unlocks that new pet for him, but then cuts to another place. Here we are shown the group of our prota. We see that guy who lost everything. Looking at his companions, one of them was lying on the ground, Lazul. This one there screams the name of his companion. After screaming, we see in the background our guy, who lost everything. But he says that what just happened was a small accident. But this, in the other's view, was not his face. Was already irritated. Then he turns towards the guy who lost everything and grabs his collar. He gets angry for seeing that his companion died, and this was all because of his greed. He was a guy who gave everything of himself to be helping his family. Now that he's gone, it's very likely that everything now for him will be quite bad. But all this was because of this guy, because he ended up providing them with some really bad luck. But this guy who lost everything gets angry with them because he is getting a scolding, but he comments that it was nothing like that. No, because he just wanted to be getting money everyone wanted. But what he really wanted was to get rid of this group of his, because he saw that this group of his were just some guys who were getting in the way of his plans. So then he raises the knife and comments that he will now have his beautiful end here. The guy puts some fire in his hand to try some things there. But one interrupts him, saying that it was not worth messing with this thing, that since he had already lost so much, it was no use fighting anymore. At this point, he tried to do something already with them. But at this moment, an unknown shadow ends up entering the cave where they were. But he, upon entering, starts clapping. He comments there that he had good taste. His vision of wanting to just get money was a vision. Even good. Then he even invites this guy there, who has good taste, to his guild. There was always more space for one person. Then his companion already approaches his boss and comments that down there, the pet's body was still warm, and it was still worth recovering. Some things besides accepting this guy in his team would be too much of a hindrance. The guy only thinks about money. But the blonde guy turns to him with some weird talks. One of those weird talks was about someone there who would always go inside the Angel Dan, but his goal always in an Angel AD was to fight to the death to get in the end money. With money you live life, and he had good taste money to live life beautiful. But what he was doing here, maybe it was not something to do, since at the moment they were capturing crystals that only appear once a year. That happens when there is a red moon. And then he pulls that guy who lost everything close to him, and he starts with new talks. New talk was the following: to be able to capture a crystal like that, it was necessary to have something in return. Something quite powerful, or something quite humble for yourself. If you take a crystal, something of yours will be taken away, or in a more explained and simpler way, death. Thus we can observe a gigantic armor approaching near them. They end up being surrounded along with our protagonist. They see the situation that they will have to be fighting against these creatures. Since at the moment, they give some options to our protagonist and his group. The option was to just stay there collecting the crystals. If they collect nicely, they will let them. Lively kids, but on the contrary, if they want to be running, they will basically be some dead meat. But one of the guys who was in our group turns to these extras and says that these crystals they are going to get are basically some crystals that have a trap. You can pick a crystal that will give you a very good life, or you can pick a crystal that will give you a very good sadness. Well, this sadness is to die right there. But the blonde guy, much more than prepared, raises another point. He was needing money since his wife was quite sick, and this was not even an option. He needed to get this money anyway. And then getting closer every minute to them, he still comments with the new chat that it was also not shameful to die for money. He also previously mentioned that he would be giving his life to be able to earn enough money to change the life of this guy's family. And as said with a word, he tries to turn around where right there behind him were some crystals. What was needed was to get closer to pick some of those. So he does. He ends up getting closer. Little by little, everyone behind there keeps watching him. He extends his hand a little trembling, but he extends to pick a crystal that was there, but he can't. He turns to the group of extras right behind him. After turning, he ends up apologizing since he didn't come here just to get money to help his wife. He just came here to get enough money to pay off some debts of his. The kid even cries. But our blonde guy who was there with high expectations over this extra, he finds himself in a situation where he needed some new person, some crazy one who would be without life, going to pick those crystals that were there in the background. We see that guy who lost everything. He comments that he would not be a match to fall into a fight against this blonde guy. He still thinks of some ways to get rid of him. He then looks in his direction and starts to think for a good while, thinking he ends up kind of calling for him after calling. He says that just now his guild was needing someone to join their group. He proposes to join his group already. As soon as he says he wanted to join his group, we see a masked guy approaching near his leader. He calls for him, he who already knew the things he asked for. This guy who lost everything in life to get a little closer to him. He then does this. After getting closer, he kneels down like this. He makes a kind of oath that he would follow him for the rest of his life. But at the moment he completes this sentence, then the guy, our blonde guy, simply kicks the guy's chin, making the guy fly a little backwards. After that, he says there that he will not let people like this guy who lost everything in life join his group. He would be a kind of stone in his way that would get in his way, since he was a guy who was willing to make his group die for him, since he himself would let everyone die to be able to stand out over the others. Then he screams there that he will let him die there. Since behind there was a necromancer who was our protagonist, he asks for the necromancer to control this guy right away, so that he could be collecting the crystals peacefully, and the money would all be our blondie's soon. In the background, we can observe something happening. Our protagonist ended up switching places with that little creature that summoned him before. Right after switching places, he understands the situation. This guy here, who was thinking about approaching to get rid of that blondie, is stopped by our protagonist. Our protagonist asks him not to be so harsh, so he couldn't get too close to that guy, or even try to make some gaps. At that moment, he asks to let him handle things, and asks him to stay back since things from then on would get a little more dangerous. But collecting crystals for our protagonist was the most normal thing, so he would be collecting. At the moment he says he would be collecting the crystals, we see that unknown guy approaching near our pro, preventing them from moving forward. He asks that this trash not get so close to these crystals since our protagonist, in his view, was a failure. But our protagonist just puts his hand on a crystal nearby. As soon as he puts his hand on that crystal, he pulls it up, making that masked guy there run in another direction. He jumps right behind other crystals to protect himself since he doesn't know what might be happening. Hidden for a while, they get up. Then he tries to see if something happened to our pro, but he sees that our boy wasn't entirely well. Even if those traps were active, our protagonist wouldn't be injured here, but the most that could happen is he gets slightly hurt. Not much would happen to him, and the reason for not taking much damage was because our protagonist was very lucky. Our pro's luck reached a limit, the limit where the damage wouldn't be much on our protagonist. The whole group is hidden behind. We see the blondie there. He gets up and brings news to our pro, commenting that the traps were not activated. Then he sees that for that trap he was picking up to not be activated, it was necessary for the person to have 60 luck, which means our protagonist was a very lucky guy. But that unknown masked guy sneaks up and comments that our protagonist is a level 1 gravedigger, but he doesn't understand since to change jobs you don't have that much luck to get 60 points in luck. Even if you change jobs, you don't get that much luck. So there's only one possibility that the traps he was picking up there were faulty. So the orange-haired guy in the blondie's group approaches one of the crystals there. Seeing that our pro managed to pick up 2 crystals and the trap wasn't activated, he ends up grabbing one of the crystals there. But as soon as he grabs it, he comments to that masked guy that nothing happened. But in the background, a light appears. That light that was shining in the background. It didn't take long. Soon it approaches the orange-haired guy's head, and he is hit squarely. Right after that, he falls. And then the masked guy approaches to see if he was okay. And then after the blondie notices everything that happened, he points out that our protagonist, inside the dungeon, our protagonist was at the forefront of everyone, since at the moment, he has a very high luck level, which means our protagonist put all the points he gained into luck. He doesn't understand why he did this, but soon after, he turns to our pro and asks if he really did this crazy thing since he could have been increasing his strength or something like that. However, our protagonist simply tells him straight to his face that he distributed the points among his statuses. He didn't put everything into just one. Upon hearing this, he gives a macabre smile, but then says that he will be changing his plan because his initial plan was just to make everyone here kick the bucket, so he could use their corpses to control and collect the crystals. But seeing that our pro has a lot of luck in his statuses, he will be making our protagonist his main monster corpse. And after our Liren manages to capture all the crystals here in this abyss where they entered, he will easily get rid of the bodies of the people he used to his advantage. And after everything they went through there, right after they entered this dungeon, they find themselves in front of those extras who were there before, preventing them from escaping this place. But now this one comments on how they would manage to fight these new opponents since they are qualified members of the Blood Watch. They wonder how they would be getting rid of the one in the back who sang well, and ends up asking him to run along with them, as there was still time for them to escape. While they were thinking about what to do to escape, we see the one who lost everything observing the scene. He was trembling with fear, but he doesn't think much. He starts running in a direction which was towards the exit. And while that one was running to a safer place, we see our protagonist turning in his direction and wondering why that guy was running since they were in a good number. However, the other one, who until now was thinking about what to do, comments that now they were at a disadvantage since they were missing one person in their team. And our protagonist quickly interrupts what he was about to say, as at the moment he says they were not at a disadvantage at all since they were enough to face some people. While our protagonist was talking about his new opponents, the unknown masked man starts hearing some noises coming from the back. He asks his companion, who then also starts hearing those strange noises. But this unknown masked man starts looking up. When looking up, he sees a type of mutant flea, and these mutant fleas start running towards them. But while those mutant fleas were running towards the hunters, a system screen appears above, and it was basically a summoning by someone from our protagonist. After a while, those mutant fleas stay in front of those hunters. They stay for a good while staring at them, and while those spiders were staring at those new opponents, we can observe in the background that guy. That sings well there. He saw now that he was more screwed than ever, since there were some quite strong opponents. Now these mutant spiders appear turning to our black one. Our protagonist comments that it wasn't so much like that since these spiders were on his side. He, surprised, asks if Menon couldn't control the spider, already totally ignoring his question. Our protagonist widens his eyes, and by widening these eyes, he ends up activating his skill. This skill will allow our protagonist to look at his statistics. When activating it, he manages to see the statistics of this unknown masked guy. He was a level 20 Necromancer, but also right below was a level 17 Berserker, and a little further down were two hunters who were just observing in the background, but both were level. But after that was the Paladin, who also had a reasonable attack level. Our protagonist, right after observing their levels, thinks that the fight from now on won't be so difficult. He thinks he could be winning this so easily. But the problem wasn't these little monsters, but the other one. He couldn't kind of see the statistics of this blonde guy, since at the moment the system comments that this guy here was basically at the same level as our protagonist, or a level quite similar to his. While our protagonist was there looking at his statistics, we see the blonde guy commenting that our protagonist is a very surprising person, since he could be controlling monsters. He was a good guy to join his team, but our protagonist, on the contrary, was already thinking of methods to be defeating this blonde guy, since he thinks that maybe he is not at his level, but rather a superior level. But he won't have difficulty to win. Perhaps this thing in a 1v1. But after a good wait, the blonde guy ends up shouting for his group to take care of these monsters, since if they weren't level 10, they wouldn't have difficulty for their hunters, since they would easily defeat them. But there, he asks them to be careful, since in the fight there, they couldn't be harming those crystals. The crystals were a gold stone, and they didn't want to lose that. So he gives an announcement so that they could counterattack our protagonist and his monsters. We see him there changing plans. He asks his group to run in the same direction where that guy who lost everything and went to live in the abandoned house ran. But that one who had a heavy family to take care of was in a situation that our protagonist will again be there protecting them. He didn't want to be left behind. But looking ahead, he realizes that the monsters were very strong. So he simply turns back and then starts running in another direction. That one who sings 10-10 also stands still waiting for his moment, but then he turns to our protagonist. But as soon as he turns to our protagonist comes with some talks, saying that he still had many goals to complete in life, and one of these is to explore more abysses. And if he didn't want to kick the bucket or die here, it was simply running in another direction to survive. So our singer 10-10 turns for the last time to our protagonist, then he runs. But before running, he comments there that he will never be forgetting the sacrifice that our protagonist gave them, something so they could escape. As he talks about it, he starts running towards that cave to escape. However, as he steps on some kind of thing on the ground starts to shake. He ends up activating another sort of trap, and then the wall that was near them suddenly starts to collapse. It seems to collapse on top of them, and the one who had a heavy family to take care of turns around and looks like a singer, asking what he did. He apologizes and starts to explain some things. When he entered this cave, he had terrible luck, and until now, he never had any luck in this dungeon since he was always activating the traps. And now, as before, it was no different. He activated some traps. The scene then cuts to our blonde group's side, where we see the Paladin running toward those arenas. As they get a little closer, we see a surprise spider, but it doesn't stay surprised for long because it gets a direct hit from the paladin's hammer. After hitting the mutant spider on the head, the paladin is surprised because, even though he gave a powerful blow, it wasn't enough to finish off this creature. To kill this mutant spider, he will have to keep hammering its face multiple times. The spider turns towards him and spits a white liquid that sticks to the face of the character. He tries to remove it, but it starts turning into a type of spider web that blinds him partially. Surprised by this, he opens one of his eyes and sees someone in front of him. That someone is our protagonist, who appeared suddenly while he was trying to remove the web from his face. We see him pulling out his shield, which was enough to defend against our protagonist. But then, at level 19, he starts to count his victories, asking our protagonist to give up, since here in a fight it was only him, and he was just the weakest of all. Soon after realizing this, he ends up pulling his shield back, making our protagonist then be thrown a little upwards. Still flying upwards, our protagonist comments that his level 10 spiders were good enough to be dealing a little with this hunter here. But those spiders won't be enough to beat them, since he is currently dealing with a problematic attack group. Right after commenting on this, our protagonist jumps back while trying to land a hit on this guy from there. But this hit was enough to grab his feet, and what he wanted ended up happening there. Our door stays behind while thinking about his next move. After thinking for a bit, he jumps at high speed trying to grab that hunter who was there. He would defeat him, but at that moment, 2 arrows fly towards our protagonist, and he, seeing those arrows approaching, then looks to the side. Then, looking to the side, he notices those arrows approaching, allowing him to dodge those arrows. Right after dodging, we see those there preparing another arrow to try their luck. But by dodging that arrow, he thinks our protagonist got lucky, but this time he won't be lucky again because here then, he prepares another arrow. After preparing his arrow, he shot in the direction of our protagonist. After shooting, we see our protagonist preparing his machete. After preparing, he simply sees that arrow approaching slowly near him, and with just one cut, he splits it in half. He couldn't believe it. He managed to intercept his arrow at high speed, but our protagonist there, running a bit backward, ends up activating another ability of his. This was the Great Explosion. Soon from the ground, some fires emerge, and these fires go towards those 2 archer arrows. They see these fires appearing near them, and do nothing. Doing nothing, an explosion happens there, sending the 2 into the air. Did he manage to defeat the 2? He didn't, because they were very smart and tough. They managed to escape that explosion from our protagonist. But giving up, he still hasn't given up. He prepares another blow again, but to find out if our protagonist will be able to crush these 2 archer arrows and the group of that blonde guy in that famous 1v1, we'll have to find out in another next part.
The story from here will continue in the next chapter from the same place as before, just a bit further ahead. We observe those armored guys. Here was the tank. The tank here ends up shouting for this monster below him to die already. He lowers his spiked club with all his might to the ground, hitting the monster squarely and splitting it in half. But the enemy tank starts looking at them coldly. After looking for a bit longer, he begins to run at a good speed towards the group of our protagonist. In his left hand, he wielded his machete to deal with them. But our allied tank asks him to fall back since he hadn't attacked yet and there was nothing more he could do. The tank, realizing it was too late, approaches the enemy tank. He uses his shield, and with that shield used, he manages to easily defend against that giant machete that tried to hit him. The shield ended up deflecting that thing a bit to the side. All this was happening because of that boy. That brat who was messing everything up. But if you, boy, didn't want to die, you needed to get up. Your help was necessary in the fight. But at the moment he gets distracted for a few minutes, the enemy tank appears from behind, trying to launch a new attack in his direction. Not noticing, he quickly turns towards the tank and again uses his shield. But now the attack from that enemy tank was a bit more potent than usual. The shield ends up almost splitting in half, but he still managed to defend a little, though it wasn't enough. He ends up being thrown slightly backward. He ends up hitting the rocks a bit, some blood coming out of his mouth, and with each passing minute, he becomes more and more unconscious. His sword falls near our singer, and after observing his sword, Kano near him, he turns his gaze in another direction, towards the tank that was watching the other approaching enemy tank. But our allied tank would not lose easily. He then quickly gets up and now starts to laugh in the face of danger. But well, he should never have come to the abyss here. And now he is all messed up and should die anyway. So since he will die anyway and thinks a lot that debts are basically cleared after death, the question that won't shut up is, who would collect from someone who died. He then would fight with all he had. Now he would die, but would also take someone along with him. At that moment, he asks for this tank in front of him to come at him with everything to kill him, with a somewhat sarcastic look on his face, looking towards our allied tank. Then he starts preparing to attack our tank, putting his giant knife behind him. He ends up holding it in a different way now. He holds a bit more power within himself to be able to deliver a stronger attack. Well, this will certainly be his end. And now, there will be no more way to defend against anything. But at that moment, a slightly purple aura ends up wrapping around him, and he can no longer move at that moment. He then turns in the other direction. In the direction of that singer then, he was there singing towards him. At that moment, he ends up using the song where he can apply a debuff, which means that he won't be able to move for a few minutes. Our 1010 singer used an immobilization technique on Leoxin, and now he asks his companion to finish this fight quickly, but the same asks for that idiot to let him go since he also ended up kind of paralyzing his companion and he has nothing more to do. But at this deep moment, we see our protagonist wondering what was going on back there. He didn't understand anything that was happening. But from up ahead appears a mage. Even if you have some hidden and quite powerful skills, basically there is a limit to everything, and your powers will not be able to support your battle sooner or later. And certainly the strongest mage in the group will be ending our protagonist. But the ability he used to summon monsters ended up consuming a lot of his mana, which means he doesn't have much mana there to use. And he also used his clone, which consumed a lot of his mana. So, not understanding what was happening anymore, he ends up pulling from his system a glass of mysterious water, or rather, baptized water. The protagonist takes his straw and ends up drinking a little sip, and while that mysterious mage wonders what kind of drink that was, it doesn't help anymore to drink anything or whatever he wants, because his end was decided the moment he entered the battlefield. The most powerful mage will be ending our protagonist in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he has a unique ability. This was the Necromancer's ability, an S-rank ability so powerful that no one in the world can defeat him. Even if his opponent or monster is totally torn apart, he can revive that thing, and that thing will be fighting with full force. The monster controlled by his necromancy will not basically give a step back, and his small toys are not basically easy to dismantle. Our protagonist, drinking his last glass of baptized water, basically understands what was happening, and it was very understandable that now his mana ended up kind of flowing back into him, which means that he has all his previous mana now. He then summons those recycling hands, and the dead should rest in peace. And what he will be doing here now is just doing the basics. He then asks that mysterious hand to suck those corpses from the necromancer there. Thus, it is done. Those mysterious hands go towards the corpses of the creatures, and they are sucked into our protagonist. Now that everything was totally taken into his dimension, the surprised mage wonders where his corpses went and what kind of ability our protagonist used. But he doesn't have much time to stand there thinking about life, because at this beautiful moment, our protagonist ends up making a small jump. But the jump was enough for him to reach his opponent's face. Hitting his face, he manages to perfectly land a more than beautiful punch on his face. Hitting the mark, he is thrown back a bit, falling in front of that guy there, our Blondie. However, our Blondie at this moment was there grabbing one of those summons from our protagonist from before. But that summoning wasn't much for this Blondie, as the Blondie with one hand made that summoning tremble. Yet with a small movement, he explodes the stump of that monster. But here it wasn't surprising, since those tricks of our protagonist were to be admired. That caught his attention a lot before, and it was no different now. But here, people a little less capable of having a good life come into the dungeon to get money, to have a better chance of having good cash to live on. But these people enter the dungeon 100% well. However, people like these always end the lives of these new players or hunters. But people like these who treat human beings like dogs or pets shouldn't basically have the right to be alive there in front of our protagonist. But this caught more than his attention. Even demonstrating his power, he was still against his will. Poor people should follow his orders, and they are his subordinates, so he can do whatever he wants. And now he will also show a bit of his power to our protagonist. But before he can complete his speech, he ends up looking to the side, because there, one of the guys ends up begging not to be killed, because he just didn't do anything, He just tried to defend himself. He was that guy there who was trying to stand up to that enemy tank of his. But at this moment, our blondie ends up making a proposal. He basically proposes for this 1010 singer to follow the blondie to escape this dungeon. But it was at this beautiful moment that we also observed the tank asking not to fall for that stupid talk. Since at the moment they fought against this opponent, it was basically a death sentence, meaning he has no other option. Following them one way or another, they will be training him, dragging him up at any moment. But on the contrary, he doesn't take a step back, no. He continues to say that he was there just as a supporter. He wasn't strong or weak, but he will be taking care of some things. He can only give a tiny bit of support, but that's enough. We also observe from another place the blondie laughing at our protagonist's face. He laughs at the sadness since a companion abandoned him, but our protagonist also starts laughing. This wasn't basically his point. He didn't know what was happening. So everyone has the right to enter the abyss and also get out of the abyss. For that, they will have to make some choices, and our protagonist also made his choice here. Since he made his choice, our red one also did. He will be fighting here and will not take a step back either. He pulls out a small hacker and also prepares a punch to attack our protagonist. Well, he not only prepares, but also lashes that punch on the arms of our big guy, but his punch wasn't so strong. Just a little bit in this play, he is thrown back a bit, hitting a rock there. Thrown back, our protagonist realizes that this blondie was stronger than he imagined, right? I thought that one punch and I would finish the fight, but it's tough. However, also following his instinct is the strongest creature he has ever encountered. Sweat ran down his face, but minutes later he widened his eyes. The reason was that this guy appeared right in front of him, but now a little more serious, with a punch ready again. He runs towards our protagonist, but if he were caught, he would be in the worst shape in the story. So he ends up jumping a bit upwards, jumping up. Our protagonist dodges, and that guy hits the ground, cracking it completely. Looking up at our protagonist, he comments that anything in his way was just something to beat up, as his goal was always to beat up anyone. But from another place here, we observe that he sang, so he didn't believe what was happening. His eyes were possibly deceiving him about what was going on. Waking up a bit from reality, that enemy tank of his ends up giving him a kick to the face, waking him up, also shocking him a bit to the side. Yes, falling a bit to the side, he ended up with his hand on the ground so as not to fall completely. With his eyes a little open, he realizes that his end has come. Well, there's nothing more to do. The tank was already raising his knife up. The guy was down there, unable to do anything at the moment. Next, as that tank was about to finish off our singer, 1010 appears from behind that tank, asking it to attack his companion. Holding him from behind, he asks him to do something. This brat was always getting in the way. However, this wasn't the moment because next, that enemy tank turns at high speed, and with a simple cut, that tank ends up cutting the chest of his tank companion. He is thrown back a bit, but still falling a bit back. He shouts for that P to do something, anything, to help the team since now he hasn't done anything, just gotten in the way. He was the group leader, so he should do something, and his power was great. While these things happen, he crouches lower and lower. The little guy died while the other just watched the scene. Before, he had accepted the proposal from his group leader because he was level 3. Moreover, he was more than adequate to be the leader, and what he thought the most was that he wouldn't have to deal with monsters. So he accepted the proposal more than gladly. But now he will have to deal with the consequences. At that moment, he just thinks about what he should do since he considers himself just any loser. He thought about revealing to everyone that he was just a weak guy who couldn't even deal with a weak level 1 spider. So he ends up falling to his knees, crying. He ends up shouting that he was just a simple noob, so he begs for mercy, but it didn't help, because in his direction, we see that his enemy tank is getting closer little by little. As he approached, he ended up having some memories of a former companion who said that he was just a weak guy. He here didn't manage to cause any damage, and he only managed to gain experience because he used some buffs. It was no use at all, since the buffs he used only to hinder them at the most effective moment, so he asks to leave his team. Soon they then advance, and at this moment, their sad down only just accepts the proposal that he was just a useless noob. Only there the scene Genos cut to another place. At this moment, we see him in a square. Only in this square appears an unknown person, but this unknown person, guess who? It was our little yellow guy. At this moment, he appears making a proposal that he has a job, and if he was looking for one, he could be joining his team before he can accept the proposal. He only comments that he is level 3 a weak guy. That didn't matter that much. Not then. At this moment, he ends up being interrupted his sad chats there because he shouts for him to drop negative things and just join his team. Because soon, looking a little there to the side, we see our protagonist there still lying on the ground, depressed. We see that blonde guy there who was still approaching our protagonist to counterattack him again. Our PR is lying on the ground, just not able to move anymore. We see there beside him that his enemy approaching as fast as possible to be giving the last blow in our protagonist, the final blow that will be ending him, because to also end our protagonist OB will be using another ability, a martial arts technique. It is used only in critical moments where he will be sinking our protagonist in the pit of destruction. Already, since this ability of his will also break some bones of his, so he will not be able to move anymore, and so he attacks our protagonist, but he knowing that if he was caught, it would be bad. He ends up kicking that ground again. The guy again hits the ground. Even running. He is not escaping, because this was a fighting ability that can even paralyze even the master of magic, and will not run for long. Our prota even realizes that he was getting even faster, so he starts to solve running faster, but there while running he looked back. But while looking back, he wondered where he would get a guy who had a DSB ability. Well, after thinking a little here and there, he remembers that he does have that guy there. What do you think the Nozao then? Thus widening his eyes, he runs in the direction of our singer 1010, and thus fighting against that his opponent. He calls for our Zoo, aka that our singer 1010. He then looks in his direction asking what was that. Our little yellow throws our protagonist in his direction, not being able to do anything. He ends up falling on the ground now beside our Zoe. We see him there, wondering what was happening but lying now closer than ever to the singer. 1010, our protagonist with crazy talk. Certainly it was useless to try to get rid of the weakness of the past and also of his incompetence of the past, only that our protagonist always dreamed of being able to reach the peak of power, so he ended up achieving half of it. But before he can be achieving this real hacker of our system, he was just a guy who was disappointed by everyone. Everyone underestimated our protagonist. Also, everyone was refusing our prota in any kind of way. The team, however, cannot be trying to run away because being weak was not something you should be afraid of. What you should be most afraid of were some things roasted. The little creature suffered. He was even ambushed by some strong monsters, but there he realized that his heart was basically very weak. That same monster that captured our protagonist was commanding him to drag himself up in minutes, but he refused. He refused to want to lose. So there, at the last moment, he used his last broken machete to try to get rid of it, but it was useless. The beast was much stronger than him, but he would not give up. He then tries to deal a critical hit, and he manages to do so. He ends up hitting the monster in the eye, and by hitting the monster in the eye, he manages to defeat it. Now, with it lying on the ground, he stands over this monster and cannot believe he actually managed to kill a high-rank monster. He was just a loser that no one wanted on their team, and it was here that he found the strength to take the first step. At this moment, he stands up and wipes a bit of blood from his mouth. Now he comments that he was preparing to become the king in his entire life, even if he were to become a garbage collector like he was before. Trying to understand why he should go back to being king, he then looks in the direction of his sword, because if he does not get stronger, he will be dying. Compared to the previous zone, it was better to disguise and avoid fights, but he always managed to escape. However, now he wants to change these thoughts a bit. He wants to get stronger, and he wants to defeat strong monsters, increasing all his glory. That's when that tank appears, saying that this was a joke because the mere level 3 support would not even be able to scratch his level 17 armor. He would stand there and ask this weak level 3 guy to try his luck at scratching him, which he would not be able to do anyway. So, our 1010 singer grabs his machete in his hand, but he throws his machete to the side. The tank not understanding anything, simply sees our singer pulling his microphone from his system. After pulling his microphone from his system, he tries to show him a new poem. This is the poem of the Great Disappointing. As soon as he comments on this, the tank widens his eyes, and not only does he widen his eyes, but also that blonde guy there. He widens his eyes and wonders what was happening. At this moment, our protagonist receives some buffs there too. Now, our protagonist has found the best and biggest debuff in the world that anyone could be seeing. Then, right after that, the system screen appears to our pro, showing that his system status has increased. His defense increased by 15%, his speed at the same time, his resistance, and also other things increased by 15% more than before. So at this moment, he ends up summoning a blood nightmare. After summoning the blood nightmare, it heads towards the ground. But in that direction, there was also the tank. However, that thing ends up sticking a little inside him, but not noticing the new clone of our protagonist. We see from behind our pro, but it was not our pro all this time. It was that clone. That clone then ends up grabbing him a little, and he makes a few turns with his tentacles, causing the tank to be unable to move anymore. At this moment, it might be his end, but for us here, in the previous chapter, this guy was caught by those tentacles of our protagonist. But at the moment he could no longer move, he asked for time, and begged to at least be kept alive while he was grabbed by those tentacles. We observed that singer of ours there, who was just watching him screaming on the ground. He screamed in pain, but at the same time he looked while the enemy tank fell into the slime of oblivion. On the other side, he ends up seeing our hero here, Kaino, hand in hand against that blonde of ours. He asks for our protagonist to die soon, but it was no use, the creature was smart. But still, even managing to hit him, he wouldn't suffer much damage since our boy didn't have a gigantic amount of magic within him. His body's regeneration speed was much faster than the damage received. So at this point, he couldn't be idling like this. He prepares to launch himself at his opponent, dagger in hand, he goes all out. But his opponent with just one punch stops his movement, but he doesn't stop there. Yeching passes his dagger near him, hitting the guy squarely. He couldn't dodge, but looking to the side a bit, he's surprised to see that his armor wasn't working since he was pierced by that dagger. Only then does Yeching comment that the stealth technique was basically one of the best he learned. He manages to ignore any type of defense, which was really useful for this moment. But still, he has that buff from his companion, so at this moment he goes all out at him because Yeching wants to finish this fight as quickly as possible. So he runs, but our blondie simply finds it incredible how this was getting more and more amazing. Holding his dagger tighter than ever, he passes it beside our blondie, but he dodges the movement. But after 20 years of training, how could he lose to a brat like you with these little skills? He then starts to comment about this, landing a punch on his chin, launching him backwards, and now here he will show him his opponent what the difference in power martial arts can mean. Several paths. You can follow a unique or different path that can also be changing the course of the battle. Yeching drops his weapon to the ground, but after throwing his dagger then to the ground, Yeching turns in the fastest direction possible towards the blondie, then the blondie prepares to punch him. Both punches from both. There end up colliding, a shockwave recoils through all this area where they were. Yeching, minutes later, looks regal, because upon seeing our happy blondie, Yeching comments that he really didn't like this kind of weak skills. So in his whole life, he decided to put all his points in destructive power, the breaking fist of killings he uses here in Yeching, throwing him as fast as possible in another direction, passing between our singer and that tank fallen on the ground. After this, he ends up hitting with all the strength on the wall that was there. A wave of smoke arises there, but minutes later that smoke dissipates, and from the middle of it, he ends up emerging there. Yeching stands up then after getting up the scene, already shows us the blondie commenting that he was too dumb for trying to show his small strength in front of his strength. Yeching spent 20 years using all his points in brute strength. Going mano a mano, you should never bet on a fight against our blondie because you will always lose. And at this moment, then our MC is seeing that he could really lose and ends up putting his hand in his jacket that was almost all torn around there. Then now he asks the system to add all the points in, strength 2, and at this moment the system appears adding 176 points in strength. His muscle ended up growing, making the guy much more buffed. The blondie then wonders what was happening because it seems now he got a little stronger than before, and also now he realizes that by adding 176 points in strength, he noticed that his muscle strength increased a lot. He gets happy with his new body, but even though he doesn't know the path of martial arts, he doesn't care about that, because his real focus is the ability to have the strongest punch. So he would end this fight as fast as possible. At this moment, he prepares a punch, but also our hero also prepares a punch too. But for having kind of activated 300 FPS of a single strength punch, he should already land this punch squarely. The punch should be enough to break some things, so the two punches from both end up colliding. But there, the blondie's punch ends up gaining an advantage, but in the end, who gained more advantage in the end was our protagonist, who here ended up managing to win the blondie's punch. He then, after receiving this punch in his hand, ends up being thrown backwards after being thrown back a little. He ends up looking at his hand. He sees that his hand was all broken. He gets surprised to see that a punch without skills managed to do this to him. But fallen on the ground, we see in the background, they're finding out quite strong. But our ends up jumping on the blondie while the blondie was there on the ground, totally knocked out. But to knock him out once and for all, Ye Qing jumps on top of him, grabbing his face. He starts wanting to test some things, and also comments that there won't be much time for you to be shocked, since this battle should want to end as fast as possible. Like this, looking at Ye Qing, he can't believe what was happening. But going back like 8 years ago, the young blondie, who here ended up kind of being recruited to participate in a group, he was just a kind of collector too. But unlike our protagonist, he just picked up the equipment of his companions and cleaned. But at one moment, the one with yellow hair had a dream of joining a strong guild. And this one here was the unique opportunity since he had it. And if the one with yellow hair could prove his worth, the one with yellow hair would be able to finally become an official member of his group after cleaning the equipment a bit. He follows the path facing an extremely overpowered boss. But at this moment, he stays in the background, just observing if he can't prove here that he is competent. He might be leaving the group, and he doesn't want that. So he will be proving his worth in his mind. He imagined a type of hero who would run towards the monster and defeat it with just one punch. But looking a bit closer, Yellow Hair thinks that this was hard to really do, but now that he is facing a monster, he can't step back now. But at the moment, the monster ends up stomping hard on the ground, catching his attention. But it was too late, because the monster grabbed a type of club with its hand and smashed it on our blondie. He fell hard on the ground. At this moment, he ended up being completely knocked out. But minutes later, he ended up waking up, but now he was in a kind of futuristic hospital, where he ended up discovering that he had almost completely broken his bones. He couldn't move well for a long time. But also this here was a laboratory. But for some reason, they were looking for a person who had specific DNA. And well, this blondie had the specific DNA they were looking for. Yellow Hair here, by coincidence, will be able to have that good life living for a few more years. But the bad news was that he would be becoming a Rasta mist. So the days pass in front of a type of unknown place. A crest ends up falling in front of him. A guy comments that now he is worthy of joining his guild. So he was welcome in his group. Now he needed to place this crest on his arm to move forward, and so then he should follow their orders like a little dog. But now happy, he asks where his team was. But his leader comments that it was no use anymore. Those bunch of weaklings ended up all dying, and this was the proof he needed to pass, since in this world, you will be easily swallowed if you can't prove your worth. You will be treated like trash next. Then he ends up waking up. A system screen appears, showing that his defense had improved a lot. The destructive power increased a lot at the moment. He facing his enemy. He is surprised about this. But here then, he ends up observing to the side, then his opponent preparing a punch. But this punch seems to be slow at the same time strong. So he ends up being hit full on. After being hit full on, he ended up being dragged a bit back, but falling he wouldn't, because then he ends up putting his hand on the ground, holding a bit stronger on the ground. He stands still. This was the essence of the magic crystals also. This was the solidified energy and the surging magical power during the blood moon. These pure magic crystals are extremely powerful in this short period of time. So at this moment, he places that in front of our Blondie also now. Because of the monster organs transplanted in our Blondie, he ends up also being able to absorb the magical power of this crystal. And by doing that, he ends up for a few minutes or for some moment being able to have greater strength than the boss of this floor. But at this moment, when he talks about this, a system screen appears above him. Hint. This was a new boss that had just been detected. The new boss that our Ye Qing will have to defeat was ready to fall into hand-to-hand combat against him. But also at this moment, then the system appears giving some tips to our Pro Ada. The basic mode ended now. He will be entering exhaustion mode for 30 seconds. He basically really known as a boy-level monster, because even the system classified this guy with the power of a superior boss of this dungeon here. And at this moment, then he wonders what really happened to this guy's body. While wondering about this in the background, we see our singer wondering if our protagonist was okay. Then as he wondered what was happening there from now on, or even the Blondie there now, comments that all you need to have this power is to give up humanity at this moment. He ends up laughing loudly, and then there he ends up stomping hard on the ground. Our Ye Qing looks back, seeing there an option to be able to save the life of our singer. But at this moment, that one there screams for him to give up his human body and become the monster without moral restraint. Talking about this, he ends up throwing towards our protagonist some 3 stones. These 3 stones fly towards him. But our Ye Qing, who is not a bit dumb, easily dodges those stones running. Now we see from behind there the Blondie appearing. He accepted the power and managed to gain a lot of power. Our hero can also have this power. He running ends up kind of turning towards his opponent to see what was happening. But there then ends up being caught. He didn't have time to run that his opponent ends up piercing him. He is torn to pieces in the background. We see our singer who there locked himself completely. He sees that that guy's strength there increased a lot. There is no way to survive this anymore. Fallen on the ground. He comments that without a doubt, the trash has basically no power to fight against the players who are truly quite powerful. But he is proud because he recognizes the strength of our poet, the one who has hidden strength, who gave a bit of work to be defeated, but even with all this hidden power, he ended up being defeated with just a single punch. Disappointed with this, but even though he had exhausted all his strength, he still activated this gigantic power there. His body was just something unconscious, which means he never even had a chance to defeat our Blondie, but now he realizes that the weak are always defeated by the strong. But he is disappointed with some things. One of these to become the strongest. He had to become this ugly thing here, and so then he starts laughing. Well, the ugliness wasn't so much, but the power was a lot. But here he ended up almost forgetting. Then at this moment he ends up turning towards our singer, but approaching a little closer to our singer, he swears he didn't see anything about you becoming basically the ugliest person he saw in his life. However, he only heard footsteps approaching close to him. The singer wanted to survive, but that blonde-haired one asks him to at least die here since he hindered his mission. His mission was only to make everyone here become part of his army, but since in the end he hindered things, he will have to die because he ended up seeing everything that was happening here inside, that it would be ugly if he revealed to the whole world what happened here inside, and then at this moment he runs with all the power he has towards our singer. It was better that at the moment he die as a hero than to die just as a failure approaching. He asks him to wait, because he here had no choice. He was going to die anyway, but he had something he could be doing. So he gets too close to our singer approaching. He comments that he was just trash and talked too much. Then at this moment he ends up putting his hand on the neck of our singer, lifting a little upwards. He asks the singer to say now his last words, but from behind we see something happening. Our prota, who there was all smashed on the ground, ends up turning into a kind of slime. Then he continues to talk. He wants to leave the abyss here still alive, but even if he can't, he comments that he wouldn't be the only one who saw all this and managed to get out of here alive. He would witness all this tragedy that happened here inside and would tell the whole world everything that happened there inside. Then he ends up he turns towards our proa, who there then was emerging. But here he didn't understand what it was. And while there, our Blondie was trying to understand what was happening behind that slimy thing. There he appears. He log our protagonist, who threw a glass on the ground, would tell the whole world everything that happened there inside. So he ends up he turns towards our bow that was then emerging. but here he didn't understand what it was, and while there, our blondie was trying to understand what was happening behind that slimy thing there. He appears soon, our protagonist who threw a glass on the floor. He thanks our singer because of him, he ended up getting a good little time. He then managed to take that there. That thing ended up canceling those their actions. But looking at the side there, he ends up putting that in the slime in his hand. He comments that if by chance that our blondie had looked a little closer, he would have discovered that the body was fake. But for not having managed to see this, he ended up getting a lot of time. But he also ended up putting a little information from his original body in that slime there, and managing to fool our blondie a lot. But there was another place we observe our blondie who here didn't understand that it was a nightmare of blood. So what he killed was just a clone. He gets sad, but at the same time he gets happy because he would have a second round. Another place here in another scene. Yeching interrupts our blondie, commenting that the price of these superhuman powers was too heavy for him, and although Basar's combat skills increased a lot, the strength power of our protagonist, he ended up paying the price in the end for being too confident in that. The strength power gives a lot of power indeed, but also gives a gigantic exhaustion. So starting to walk towards our blondie, who is now a monster, he comments that his body ended up confusing the powers. He ended up taking the human limit and mixing it with the power of a monster. And naturally, he ended up basically invading a territory that shouldn't be his. Then he should pay the price for what he just did. But on his part, he says not to play with this kind of joke since the power he has is his own and it has nothing to do with it. But as soon as he comments on this, he ends up losing attention. He turns to another place. His arm starts to emit a pain, and he there ends up screaming in pain, not understanding what was happening. He stops there for a few minutes after stopping. There for a few minutes, he tries to understand what really happened there. With his arms, while there our singer runs with all his might to the back while running. He understands a little, so he looks to the side. He sees Ye Qing approaching. So at this moment, he ends up understanding a little of things, and understands that really who caused all this was Ye Qing. So then he goes with all his power in hand there towards him to catch Ye Qing. But he had no chances because our boy easily managed to dodge that blow of his. He grabs his head after grabbing his head. He uses it as a springboard, jumping to the side. We see there in front of the blonde hair starts to run again with all his might towards himself. Only because he has transformed of shape of his body, his speed decreased a lot, and this allowed him to dodge only that his strength increased, so he should take a little more care at this moment. Ye Qing only just wanted to know one thing, wanted to have a weapon. He cannot fight hand to hand against a brute force like this without being able to find a way out from the background. We observe our singer who there in hand, he was carrying something he calls for King, who here just received an attack in hand. But he uses his arms to defend himself after defending. He looks to the side looking, he sees there our singer who here asks that King hold his dagger. He then sees our singer throwing his dagger in his direction. It almost hits him, and Ye King easily grabs his dagger in the blink of an eye, grabs that lemon he prepares for. He prepares to finish off this new character. Our story today is about our gravedigger, who ended up receiving firsthand his dagger. That kind of fell before there in the middle of the fight with that brother. Now he observes in front of him his opponent appears. The blondie then already goes with all the power he has, hand up to our protagonist, but now he possessed his dagger there that he received from his friend. Now with his dagger in hand, he defends himself from the attack. The blonde-haired who tried to attack our hero. Then he realizing that the blonde-haired was very slow. He then manages to get behind him. Now already knows from behind, our hero takes his fish and lifts it up with a little push. He ends up passing in the plot, weaving on him. The cuts were made on him right after it took effect on him. He ends up jumping back. But now our yellow one is surprised to see that our hero was giving a lot of critical hits, only that this was not true, since he ended up adding some points in his agility that allowed him to be a little faster, but this was not enough already, that now his goal was to finish off our hero, and the guy even becomes crazy, even asks to be humiliated, because if he did that, his death would be faster, maybe worse than the others, since his own existence was superior to theirs. Right there, then at this point he goes then with full steam to our hero hitting him. But he dodges only now from behind. He is surprised to see that he was feeling superior. In his hand, fire starts to appear already. Also, now that in his eyes, here currently, he is 100% monster. So it means that he can do whatever he wants now. With this guy in front of him, he then hits right on a fire that had brother there in his face, landing a blow. He paralyzes a bit there after stopping. He looks fixedly in the direction of our poet. But this only makes him more and more irritated, making our blondie become basically now, at this moment, a complete monster. He becoming a type of Godzilla Hulk mixed. Well, he became a little stronger, but the beast is crazy with blood in his eyes to catch our big boy here. But now that he stopped to look there, he realizes that he can no longer save him since he has delved much deeper into that power of his. He feels worried, but our gravedigger here understands that now he can take. But this was the fight already since he hears the voice coming from the abyss. Then, at this moment, he would attack his opponent, but he realizes that he didn't need to do this anymore because looking at him, he realizes that he was already becoming an irrational beast. And here at the moment, he was attacking the air. The crazy guy, he didn't even see at which point he should be attacking. But in the background, we observe then there that our singer 1010 realizes that he went completely crazy, so there is nothing else to do now. So now it was our chance, the chance to finish him off. But at this moment there, while they were watching the blondie every minute getting crazy in the head, we observe in the background there our protagonist approaching his leader, but at the moment then they thought in doing something, any tiny thing, and the system appears, saying that they needed to keep the boss here alive, but he wonders what kind of thing was that, since even if he does nothing, his own team wouldn't let him live. If by chance there came all that just happened, seeing the face there of the beast turned into a little monster, even quite ugly old. But at this point he realizes that if by chance there he completed this mission, he would receive some good and rare rewards, so he should try to do it. But he asks to remember some of his words, because already remembering those words, he will be able to attract their attention. He only has 5 seconds. This was quite enough to do whatever he wanted. But here there is no need also to be killing him. He doesn't understand why he wouldn't kill him, since here he is a monster. And well, a monster now belongs to the abyss. He shouldn't be disturbing the basic cycle of life. And also people who give up their humanity to become a monster are basically something unacceptable by humanity. But there, the abyss understands that humans will no longer want that guy there. So at this point, the abyss ends up accepting him there as a beast of its own creation, and he ends up being received with open arms. And this is also the basic regulation of an abyss. So he there transformed into a monster, heads in a specific direction, since he also heard that monsters enter the Basara state during the blood moon. But during the blood moon, what really gives is insanity to the person there who became the monster, but also this gives prison close to the person to the monster there. But he only puts his life when someone goes there to defeat him and send him to another world. He will have a few seconds to think about what he did in life. But while the beast was following in that forest, we observe from another place that one there that tried to deceive our MC. The last time he ran there. Also, he now managed to find a chest. The kid Ardor thinks that he was rich. He was made. He would buy everything house money, even women, if he jokes. But here he thinks that his life changed from now on by opening the chest. He ends up receiving some cards. So now realizing that the equipment was good, he realizes that he was finally rich freedom equipment. New identity was there with himself. No one else in the world will be taking that from him now, laughing with the greatest happiness, as loud as possible. On the contrary, also he ends up attracting the attention of the monster of our blondie, who ended up becoming the monster. He appears there behind him, right there. But now he doesn't understand the real danger that was happening to him, but this we didn't know, because our scene is cut to a totally unknown bar. But in this bar, we observe there, our singer 1010. He is happy to see that he managed to get out of that DJO and still alive, but also left the boss inside. Maybe this would be bad. Our MC even vents soon. Then we observe our protagonist, seeing there that even if he wants to be fighting against the boss, maybe he wouldn't be able to win, but now that one, our singer 1010 gets happy for our MC, right old? since now he owes a lot to our hero. Well, he stops and thinks he understands that it was nice a little bit there just now. But looking back now, he understands that he ended up talking a little bit of b-bag about everything that happened there. So he asks to do that nothing happened. But of course not. He just wanted to contribute for the support and the strength he gave there in the most specific moment, for him to be able to fight against his fears. He wanted to repay this to our hero, and he even comes up with a kind of strategy. He asks to imagine this since he is the boss. He could be moving forward while he would stay behind, strengthening behind him. And so they would make a team quite strong, but our Emek realizes that his chats were already going in another direction, so he asks him not go into the abyss anymore like this, only he doesn't understand what the boss was trying to say about. He didn't want to go into the abyss anymore, and then he starts to think that his ability is to make his friends around him stronger, but he was weak and needed protection. So he feels very sorry already since he doesn't want to see Zugtang there biting the dust when entering a DGO, so to ensure that he won't enter so soon. Inside a ride, he ends up putting his hand in front of him to the side. The guy doesn't understand why he was doing this. Only a system screen appears giving him 1,000 magic crystals here. It was these magic crystals that he had the most there for him. This was enough for him to live a good life for a long time. However, he could no longer be entering the abyss. Well, he understands what our protagonist means by this. Since he just wants the best for his own friend here, he doesn't want to see his friend die. However, he ends up refusing the crystals from our MC, since he didn't want to live like garbage even if he wants something there in the world. Since he doesn't want to see people treating him more like garbage. Our MC looking at him understands that his vision was a little more convincing, and maybe it would be difficult to make him back down there from his word. So he thinks that with a smile, he ended up realizing that he can't protect himself, and how can he protect others? So he remembers to think a little since in the hand. He carries the microphone in hand, but now he puts on the table a sword. This was Lei's sword then he ends up realizing that some things that he could be doing, since according to his information about bards, it's a kind of job that comprises the middle kind of magician, that is kind of typical physical and wizard too, since he can also be using magic weapons to cast spells to strengthen his own business, SOS equipment. And well, he can master this kind of attack spell, and if before he wasn't able to swing a sword before for Lakin, he basically should try his best from now on, since this is a favor he needs to take for himself, since he needs to get strong. So he understands the real reason of our MC, so he asks that our doesn't deliver the magic crystals for him. But he asks to deliver that to the Elzon family, since by giving this in the future, they will be gaining much more than they would be gaining here. Anyway, he understands we'll be doing this only here. The scene is already cut to another place here in the abyss, where our protagonist was before we observe some people appearing here. Our demonetization. This ends up appearing commenting that there appeared the people there to investigate what just happened inside that dungeon. So researching a lot, they ended up discovering some bodies of people that were difficult to identify, but after so much research, they discovered moreover, they end up discovering that their leader ended up becoming a monster due to the corruption of the abyss, and now he has already been treated according to what they should do, and also discovered that additional colors were added there, and we also discovered that that traitor from before ended up kind of being found too, only not so well since they ended up kind of fighting the blondie turning into a monster, fought against that traitor, and in the end, he ended up not having that end so good, and then just with the factor they ended up kind of failing, they realized they made a mistake. Behind appears A, so their plan ended up failing. Well, to say it failed was not so big, since they managed to turn that guy into a monster, but it was a total mistake to give such great power to him, but now that it failed, they should be now, at the moment, looking for other people with the same Daniel as the one with the yellow hair. There had only, while they were thinking about it, the scene is already cut to another place, since in a hospital we observed there, in a room further back, someone apologizing and he was a mean father, and he ended up kind of doing this to, be able to save himself, so in hand, he ends up putting a key to open an abyss. He needed to do this again, but this time he will do it right, so he opens that portal. A portal then ends up being opened inside the hospital. Inside that hospital, we observe a crack appearing dirty lightning from there. The people below get scared and do not understand why something like this was happening here soon. Then another extra appears looking in front of the portal. Now he understands what that was. It was an abyss portal that decided I don't know out of nowhere to appear in the middle of the hospital. Now then he shouts to get in touch there for the officers to take care of the monsters and the beast. Everything only in another place. We observe some little boys running, but he asks his sister not to look back. Run without thinking many things here, they needed to run as fast as possible. Since behind appeared the scorpion monster that then attacks him, that almost gets our hero only. He dodges it, hitting the ground completely, falling there to another place only. Also looking to another place. He ends up observing his sister being devoured there by this monster, only at this moment he ends up shouting and also ends up waking up after this little scare that just happened. Next, he starts to sweat cold and tries to look at what was happening. Guy next. All this, he ends up sleeping and thinks that this maybe was a dream again. These dreams were being repeated all the time in his head, but at this moment he ends up grabbing his necklace and almost forgets the important things he needed to do soon. Then he ends up leaving. He goes to the place where they sell flowers. So at this moment, he approaches there the woman who sells flowers. He asks for Miss Zhang to deliver him the usual bouquet. She gets surprised to see that he showed up again since he was always here buying the bouquets to deliver to his little sister who was in the hospital. Well, they had a small unfortunate attack. But there she thinks that our protagonist was a good brother only, that she starts to notice other things since he changed haircut. So he starts to chat a bit. Since when he would come here, a guy would appear in front of us out of nowhere and pulls him to his barber shop, and there he started to make some weird cuts, but here he would be able to choose already the bouquet of flowers that he wanted for himself. And so then after choosing for a little while his bouquet of flowers, he ends up following the path. But in the next moment he ends up seeing several trucks following the right path. Only that, while following the trucks, we observe there, the lady wondering why she was following towards the hospital, several police convoy trucks there. Not understanding why this. He then stops, but he understands that he was following towards the hospital where his sister was. He jumps and with all the power, he follows a specific direction, passing between the buildings. He ends up arriving at the place where he so much wanted to arrive. The police below asked to increase security since it was dangerous to let any kind of civilian enter inside this portal. But from above he appears, and at this moment he doesn't understand why an abyss portal was doing here in the middle of the city, so he ends up landing on the ground. He follows towards the portal, but at this moment the guard there tries to ask him to step back a bit, since he was just an ordinary person, and ordinary people shouldn't be doing anything here. He asks him to leave here, but he understands a moment later there that he wasn't an ordinary person, because a light emanated from our hero. Then he just lets this hero pass by him. He follows towards the portal while behind, he just watched the boy entering there little by little in the portal. But still, another officer appears scolding that guard there who let our hero enter the portal. He asks to pull our protagonist away from there, but he asks not to worry. This is a guy who came along with other people, only that he was a bit different from the people they saw before there. So it shouldn't be a good idea to mess already with our protagonist, understanding. He said it was all right. So there. So then he entering, he asks for her to wait, because his brother appeared here, just to be going there to help her. Inside this portal, and well, he will do everything to save his sister, who possibly is there inside the portal soon. Then our hero ends up entering that dimension. Upon entering this dimension, he ends up realizing that the portal ended up swallowing the hospital, transforming the place that was small into an extremely giant place. But now, looking closer, our protagonist can see cracks on the floor, which means that a type of squad of people has already come here and has already entered this place before him. But on the floor, there was an extremely expensive potion bottle, which meant that who was here inside was not a weak person or a strong person, but was a very rich person for being there inside. But he ends up picking up that bottle that was on the floor with that in hand. He asks that that bottle return to its previous form, that it return to the form that had a magical effect. Soon then the system appears commenting that the magic of the potion ended up returning, giving him 85% recovery of his MP, also giving recovery of his HP. But now looking at that bottle, he realizes that even alone he took control of the abyss. He realizes that the small zoo was in danger. So which means that he would be in danger too if they advanced. So before he can do anything, he needs to prepare as quickly as possible. So he ends up thinking about what he should do. Since looking ahead, he ends up finding many obstacles. Okay, not so many. Because in this place here, he only finds a totally giant abyss, but he uses one of his eyes there. The system gives some tips to our protagonist. He ends up kind of finding a point, but this point just ends up leading to a certain place. But, well, right, if he enters a totally wrong place, there is no way back. So he ends up noticing some marks on the floor. These marks were certainly from the hunters who entered here, which means that they entered there. So our MC, on the contrary, will enter through the other side of the door to be able to find certain people who were trapped inside this dimension. And so then opening a passage he enters. But entering, he is not so sure how long he will be taking to be able to find the certain things he is looking for here inside. But to do his research, he will be taking a long time to be able to explore these caves and these unknown places here. Well, and besides, our protagonist realizes that he needed to be as fast as possible, since a person like a human certainly would not be able to survive for a long time in this abyss here. So he needed in every way to hurry as quickly as possible to save the person or someone who was trapped inside this dungeon. And also in this place here, we observe the carpet that indicates that this place has never been visited, even the way back, which was swallowed by darkness, creating a barrier that prevents it. And today, we are going to continue with our gravedigger, and if you don't want to become a client of our gravedigger, just leave a like, because our story continues with him there opening his system a key that he managed to get earlier. But this thing here he asks to opening on the map, but the system says that it was not possible to find a specific place that he needed to find. More, the system ends up saying there that it was not possible to find the room he was looking for. At the moment, he realizes that even then the system was not enough to find his way out, and so, right, old man, he realizes there that the best idea was to just make some cracks so that he could manage to escape or enter. But at this moment, looking at this thing in front of him that was an entrance, nothing suspicious, he wonders if entering here he would definitely and 100% fall into a trap. No. It wouldn't be a good idea to enter, right? Because if he entered, he would die anyway. But it was very quiet here and so on, right? Too much silence. The danger was more constant. And sure enough, because behind our Yi Qing, the monster and the boss appears. Let this boss that just appeared already holds his strength in hand and with the goal of taking the title of Gravedigger from our protagonist. We observe him preparing to throw that scythe in his direction. However, his reflexes were on point because he managed to dodge that scythe. The scythe ends up stabbing with all its power into the ground after he dodged. He ends up giving a few pushes backward. Minutes later, he gives a push forward and crosses this boss with his dagger, cutting the thing in half. The system appears saying that it was still not enough because the little thing was managing to recover its life. Looking back, he now realizes that this monster was immune to physical attacks. So he didn't know what to do. The steps were touched on the ground, but the monster then throws in his direction a powerful H that makes him feel power. He covers his ears because we observed that the state of that was of death, so he should prepare. And if by chance he hadn't covered his ears before, he would certainly be already deaf. So he made a good idea covering it, but he underestimated the danger of the abyss. And the abyss now recognized him as a threat. But what he is facing at the moment is a monster of rules. And he remembered one thing, that he managed to find a creature like this here 3 years ago in the past. We observe him there fallen on the ground carrying some crystals to take outside. But it was at this moment that he ends up observing some mysterious things appearing behind those rocks. Well, those rocks end up becoming some sphinxes in the end, smiling. He ends up thinking that it wasn't good, but priorities, he should be collecting those things he was aiming to take outside. He was a little scared, but it was just some statues. He goes back to doing what he was doing since he couldn't lose any of those crystals. But at this moment, as he was picking them up, those statues were getting closer and closer to him. He ends up feeling a pressure behind him, so he quickly turns around. Turning around, he sees the statues. At that moment, they smiled, but they emitted a smile similar to the other statues we saw once in a lifetime, right? But now that he turned around, he realized that these statues moved, because now, minutes ago, he discovered that these statues were on top of some piles of stones. However, another trainee of these statues, since these creatures are monsters, some monsters that if you take your eyes off, you die. But the trainee asks him to stop looking at him. He asks him to keep an eye on the statues, not on him. And after a while, he realized one of the things that in this abyss exists. Some certain rules, some certain logical rules that monsters of the highest level or of low level have to follow. These were the stone statues of sorrow in front of our hero, and they are rank S creatures, but generally they do not attack people who have recent job changes. However, their rule is this: if you looked at this creature, you cannot take your eyes off it anymore, because if you do, these S-class monsters will certainly hunt you down for the rest of your life. So here, they needed to get out of this marble, but they cannot take their eyes off this monster, because if they do, they will be chased by it, and it will kill them. So he wonders what the intern is doing, asks him to follow only his tips because they might be able to get out, as they needed to look at these statues at the same time, and so it is said he follows there to the back, advancing while looking at the statues. They remained frozen there, but at that moment, we see them walking. But it was accidentally, right? Since he ends up stumbling over a box that was on the ground, and he falls, throwing everything into the air. The statues that were frozen start to move, but they move happily with their mouths open towards the two. The two, realizing they would die if they stayed there, quickly get up. But the intern ends up noticing that in front of him there was a lever. He quickly runs towards it and grabs and pulls it down with all his strength. The statue's arm was almost grabbing him, but it broke in half because that door goes through that thing there. So at this moment, he ends up on the ground falling. He was quite exhausted from trying to run from such a dangerous statue. But now he looks at our hero and realizes that he was quite lucky to have managed to escape those statues, since interns and people like them never managed to escape from monsters like these. But although they are just some trash pickers or moths inside these raids, they end up gaining quite a bit of experience. This was good, so back to the present, he comments that even though they are a type of laborer, they should not be judged so quickly. So he imbues his hand with a type of magic. His magic here would possibly be enough to defeat this monster, since its weakness could possibly be that. So with that, he shouts his skill to be activated, a big explosion of flames. But at the moment he was going to do this, he notices something strange happening. His hand turned green, and he doesn't understand what it is. However, those flames got hot in his hand. He was quite sad to see that he was not using this skill at its maximum level, and was also quite embarrassed to see that his only magic attack was fire dominance. But now it was too late. The monster was already behind him. He couldn't do anything. What he thought was then, he widened his eyes. In front of him appeared the wolf card he had collected before. At this moment, he uses that card to advance a little backward. The boss simply passes by him, using its strength at this moment. So, wiping the blood from his mouth, he starts thinking of a good strategy to win, since his winning strategy was to play against the system. The system was there fighting to help this boss, and besides that, he needed to advance as quickly as possible to the next floors. He couldn't stay here wasting time with this annoying boss, but while thinking about this, the boss attacks him, but he quickly uses the wolf card, jumping up. He saved himself for a few minutes, but the boss quickly runs toward him. He almost gets caught, but he pulls out his dagger and quickly defends against its attack. Now that he managed to defend against the first attack, he widens his eyes, seeing that here he can be defending against the boss's attacks. He then has a chance to easily defeat him. After a good amount of research here, he finally understood the rules and mechanism of this boss. This creature here ends up kind of just attacking other things. It's only when someone uses something like magic or moves back and forth that the boss will definitely attack you with everything. But the main problem now is the strength. The strength there doesn't even fit into these crazy rules of this weird dungeon system. But still, he has a chance to defeat him. So, after receiving the attack from that foe, he turns in its direction and, getting closer with his daggers, He makes some cuts. The cuts worked, since now what will work on this monster are some physical attacks. Soon his theory is confirmed as the monster attacking him gets immobilized. The monster could no longer do anything here since, at that moment, we observed that the monster was evaporated by him. He remains still on the ground, just watching the monster disappear. But out of nowhere, something appears. The main monster from within a portal. Now that this second form appeared before him, he wonders if this thing is its real body, or if what just appeared was a second clone or a mutation of it. But this thing intrigued him. He wanted to discover more about this boss. Then, the boss starts emanating a gigantic aura, engulfing our hero into its dimension. But after that scream affected his hearing, he realizes that his vision was also slightly affected. He couldn't see much, so he thinks he should deactivate the blood clone. But this would only vary his health, and besides, he needed mana since reusing that clone costs a lot of mana. While he was thinking about his strategies to defeat the boss ended up attacking, launching 2 cuts in his direction, and King ended up getting hit directly. But he couldn't just react to it. He would have to avoid as many blows as possible. In fact, he had already found an assassin that couldn't be defeated by its attributes. So possibly, he could defeat this thing in front of him. To end the fight once and for all, he activates that card from the plant board. That card allows him to regenerate completely. Now his deafness returns to normal, and the healing light falls over King. At this moment, he needed to recover his health so he wouldn't die in a single blow from that boss. But at that moment, a light appears. The healing light, and this was enough to make the boss shiver with fear. He was surprised to see that the boss only trembled with fear from just a small light. Then, discovering that perhaps the weak point of this boss is the light, he now has a chance to defeat it. He puts a flame in his hand. The boss and he end up smirking. At this moment, the flame in his hand keeps growing more and more. But then he spreads the flames from his hand all over his body, and the fire increases more and more. But the fire was burning him completely. However, he needed to endure all this since things were finally getting interesting, and he couldn't lose this opportunity. But the fire was burning him a lot, so he needed to end the fight as quickly as possible. At that moment, he runs with all the power in his legs towards the boss. But the boss also runs in another direction to stay away from King. But in reality, the demon spirit fears the flames, or because the flames there are a force of life that in the end was just an innocent soul that died in the fire. However, the element of fire was a curse. If he did not, he could be passing the ball from close range. He needed to seize this opportunity. He needed to pass the hot ball to the next player since it was getting quite hot. At this point, he used a card, but this card was from the wolf that gives a boost to our Y-King. So with that, he used that skill, allowing him to reach the boss. He was a fireball, and the fireball needed to stop for the next. However, the next was the boss. He either grabbed it with all his strength or didn't let it go. He shouted for this boss to die once and for all so he could take its attributes. So at this point, he shouted for it to explode, and it exploded, completely blowing up the boss in that place. After the explosion, we saw the boss being roasted in another place. We saw Y-King falling to the ground. At this moment, the system appeared commenting that Y-King had finally managed to defeat a higher-level demonic demon. However, he had only defeated one of them, but he needed to defeat 10 of them. So the system appeared commenting that at this moment, Yek was at risk of dying and could not use any skills or weapons. But this was the price of victory. To regenerate that thing that was his hand, he would be waiting for a while since that regeneration sobriety needed a few minutes waiting for it to be reactivated. But he got up quickly and tried to put out the fire of the boss because he needed the remains of the boss so that our devouring system could collect it and give him the boss's skill. So quickly, he ended up collecting those remains. This thing pulled those things into his system at that moment. So he ended up getting an artifact, a super helper. But this thing was a demonic spirit that he could summon. Summoning it could start a harvest of forces that would deal 5 times more damage to opponents. but if the harvest was defeated, it would return to the host's soul and additionally recover 5% of the life. That was not all, since this thing also gave our hero another skill. This was the only hop where you could be immune to any physical attack or any type of obstacle that appeared. If the attack did not cause death, the user would receive the same amount of damage as the spirit had received. And to avoid selling these things, it also prevented him from selling them, since it would bind him to his soul. But this was the first time he received a different card, since it was the first time he received a card linked to his soul. The collection blade is something that can collect the souls of monsters fallen on the ground, so it can recover the main host's mana. Moreover, this thing can use any type of soldier on the ground to increase its strength and deal much more damage than initially. But the skill was good, though the cost of the artifact was that if the attack was not to kill the target, he would receive the same damage that was dealt. However, if he missed the attack, he would certainly die. Additionally, the door in front of him was turned off, allowing him to advance to the next thing in front of him. What it would be, we do not know, but before he could advance, he was already recovering his sister from that monster. He activated his regeneration, fully recovering his body. Now the clothes were recovered, and he asked Shozu to stay calm since his sister was going to be recovered, while Y King was more than ready to advance in a direction where he would possibly find his sister in a not-so-good condition. We then observe a somewhat different scene. We saw that other people were also captured by these bosses that appeared suddenly in the hospital. However, those guys were basically being stocked there as if they were food while that creature was cracking others. We saw a teddy bear behind, but this teddy bear belonged to someone. Meanwhile, a bucket was thrown with things that I will not summarize. We observed a mysterious shadow there. Well, we observe a mysterious shadow over there in the background. This mysterious shadow was Zawu, the sister of our hero, but at this moment she was holding the bottle. However, now that Shizu held this bottle, she thinks of a strategy. And after the strategy is well executed, it ends up attracting the attention of this ugly orc here, who ends up laughing in the direction of the noise that just fell back there a little while ago. She, from behind, observes the dumb creature following the noise she made just now. Meanwhile, she simply jumps over some sacks that were lying around. She needed to get closer to some certain things. At this moment, she ends up falling, but she fell in the direction where the thing she was looking for was. But while she was thinking of doing this, she ends up putting her hand on her head because she accidentally hit her head hard on the ground there. However, now she got what she wanted. That thing she wanted was her teddy bear Shozu. So she quickly looks in its direction, and now she intends to pick up her little brother. Moreover, no one would be bullying him. But as she extends her hand to grab that teddy bear, we observe a foot of the monster that, in the end, stepped on Xiaozuk's teddy bear. From there on, we observe the monster now face to face with her, having a somewhat surprising encounter with ex-Shozu. At this moment, the monster then begins to growl loudly in the direction of Shozu. Our story will soon continue after that girl trips and falls to the ground. Well, she can't walk, but we then observe the monster attacking him. The monster raises the stained one while she begs for her big brother to appear and save her. But it was already too late because we see the monster attacking him. However, just as it was about to grab her, we see a sword piercing through the creature. The creature is cut in half, and the girl is slightly startled by that brutal scene from a moment ago. Raiming is a rather powerful knight who then notices a girl lying on the ground. The girl is happy to see that a hunter was in front of her, but the hunter quickly ignores her. Yet, as he advances, the girl asks him to help her get out of that place, as she is also looking for her brother. The knight ends up stopping and asks her to hide since the monsters have been defeated. And if she really wants to follow him, it's likely that she will die, as she needs to stay alive until our protagonist appears. She needed to see Ye Qing because it was a promise. So, we go back 7 years, where our hero discovers that she can no longer walk. It was also a miracle that her body could still keep her standing. He understands that perhaps from now on, she won't be able to stand as she used to because the doctor also comments that the damage was basically to the spine, which is almost irreversible. A cure for that, however, was theoretically possible. What that means is that there is a cure, not theoretically, you can cure her. Not with the science they have, but in the abyss, since by chance the disease that caused his sister's leg paralysis was basically caused by the monster. So the answer lies in the abyss, which could mean that he might be able to cure her, or maybe not. The abyss might hold the cure for Ye Qing's sister's disease, and he wonders if he has the ability to enter it. The doctor says that those who can enter it are people who manage to change jobs. If by any chance he can't change his ego, he would just be an idiot inside the abyss who would easily die to any monster in there. But the doctor said not to worry too much about those things, as they were impossible to happen. It was better to worry about the medical expenses, which would be quite expensive. Our hero clearly understands what needs to be done, so he agrees and says goodbye to the doctor. The doctor also asks him to pay everything on time. While walking around, others say that maybe they were talking about him, but well, he was the guy who basically had a sister with a rather rare disease. On top of that, we also discovered that their parents died, but this wasn't something to feel sad about. He then smiles and enters the room where his sister is. Exu asks our hero where he was, and he responds that he was there talking to the doctors. But before he can leave, he asks her to stay calm because the cure she needs, he will find it. But he will find it inside the abyss. The abyss may be a dangerous place, but for him, it may not be so dangerous since in there, he might get everything he desires. Well, since our protagonist isn't that foolish, he will be following the others, which means he will have an extra shield. So he is already leaving, but before he goes, he kind of turns back and ends up handing his sister a gift. It was that bear she dropped before, so she could use that bear to protect herself when in danger. Moreover, she asks him not to die because he is the only one left in the family. Anyway, he will be able to find a cure for his sister, even if he enters a dangerous place. She asks one thing of him, that he promises her that he will basically come back safe, come back alive, and so he promises his sister that she won't be getting into trouble, and also if by chance she stays inside this abyss, for sure her brother will be coming in here as well. She doesn't want her brother to enter the abyss to die. All right. Since she's being so stubborn, he will do what she asked, helping her get out. But if by chance something happens to her, he doesn't ask her to blame him for what happened to her. And also, after placing her in the wheelchair, he says that if a monster shows up, it's him against the monster, and he doesn't care. He's going to follow his plans, which was just to do something there that needed to be done. So then he introduces himself again. He was rooming somewhere else. Then we observe our hero who was walking more than just fine, but while walking, he kept those doubts in his mind. If he used those potions he creates on his sister, would it cure her? But he also discovered other things. Things that are created inside the dangos by him can't heal a body that is beyond the abyss. So if you enter the abyss with a burn on your face or somewhere, you can't use potions to heal. If by chance this rule wasn't working, for sure he would have already found a cure for his sister so as not to close the zoo. So here, moving forward, he discovers that something was happening ahead. He finds several soldiers all defeated, and he discovers that a monstrous fight took place here against some strong person and against these guards. But looking to one side and the other, he realizes he didn't find a single survivor. Perhaps someone managed to escape. But looking in another direction, he finds something that leaves him quite surprised. Here he finds a boss that was split in half. Looking through the system's eye, he discovers that no magic was used here. He is surprised to see that the one who defeated this monster here only used brute force because we observe in the background that there were only people who were caught inside that hospital. But now that he saw the difference in power, he realizes that this guy was on a totally different level than he was, something that leaves Ye Qing here quite excited at the moment. But while he was basically more than excited there by the encounter with this hunter to see his strength, the scene is cut again to that hunter and our hero's sister, who, while walking, we observe him stopping out of nowhere. Lights appear in the background, but quickly that light flies towards him, hitting him squarely, leaving our hero's sister totally in distress. She screamed in fear, thinking the hunter ended up dying, but no, the hunter just started cracking as if he were a stone, some sort of rock cracking. She just asks him if everything was hurting, but then he turns to her and asks her to hide because in front, some bosses appeared, like a monster from 4 years ago, also one there with a very high class that, well, wouldn't be weak. One of the companions, possibly of this guy here, was in the hands of that boss, so now that was in the boss's hand, the boss simply moves his hand to the side, tearing off the beast's coconut while it was being destroyed. We observe in the background the silhouettes of some people advancing a bit. We find there a knight who was just watching the fight from another place. We just observe a guy who was neither rich nor strong. This guy, instead of praising the guy there who sacrificed himself, simply goes down on him, saying they were idiots. He pays a high amount of money to these guys, and they were afraid of these monsters. The guy keeps complaining, saying he paid more than double for them. They are basically something that spent almost all the money to be there, so they couldn't complain. They are criminals. Moreover, they are in a pretty good state, which means they aren't in life. They are guys who take on missions that don't have much chance of survival, so they charge double the original price to do difficult missions, impossible missions. 100,000 points. This is the credit points he is giving to someone who kills the Overlord. No, 100,000 points is too little. He will give 200,000 points to whoever kills the Overlord first, leaving the hunters surprised and happy with all this money. And soon the hunters receiving this order were to be on alert. But the guy back there says that even if they don't manage to kill him, they will be earning 50,000 credits. That was enough already. But saying there that he will pay 200,000 points to the first one who kills this Overlord, they all go to above. But the Overlord, who then observes these hunters approaching, already activates a skill of his. His skill allows the zombies below to become much stronger, but 250,000 was the thing that came to the minds of the hunters who attacked these mummies. Anyway, they attacked in pairs, alone, but nothing they did mattered, because with just a small roar from this giant mummy, it caused two hunters who tried their luck to be torn in half with its claw. However, that hunter from before, who was a bit hesitant, afraid of fighting against this mummy, gets the courage to attack the mummy. But the mummy prepares itself to defend. It prepares a punch and lashes out with all the power it has in its hand at our hunter's face, which causes the hunter to be thrown a bit far away. But the mummy stops and starts preparing again. But at this moment, we observe that billionaire who was nearby, shouting for them to help and save him from there, because this monster was in front of him and was already preparing to attack him too. He asks them to remember that he paid for their lives, so he didn't care if someone else died in his place. At this moment, that hunter who got punched in the face ends up gaining motivation, and then he goes after the mummy that was basically focused on that billionaire. With his sword in hand, he takes it and throws it in its direction, which ends up hitting its midsection, and the cut he just made on this mummy was already enough for him to kill the creature. The drop then falls. At that moment, a chest falls to the ground. Something comes out from the top, but that billionaire pushes the hunter aside and says for him to get out of there since the chest was his. The other thing, he could take it. Moreover, he said that the payment would now be double. He said that he was practically a dead man anyway, and why he wanted money. He then finishes opening the chest, saying that with this chest, it was very likely he would be the richest man in the world. At this moment, he opens the chest, and a light comes out from inside the chest, leaving him wide-eyed, but at this moment, he puts his hand inside the chest and sees that the chest was empty. Where's the thing he wanted? Besides, he put in a lot of effort to get here, but suddenly he starts to feel something. He couldn't breathe. The hunter in the background thought he was acting strangely to avoid paying his debt, and here we find out that it was a sand curse, and he discovers that the thing he just opened was a cursed chest. And from afar, he realizes he was hit. It was the Jewel of Keda, which could be used by him or not. But it all depends on him. Also, this thing was an immortal crystal, an artifact that transforms him into an immortal creature. However, he is warned that if he uses it, he will be losing some emotions. But in return, he gains immortality. And now he has become something that cannot die. Our hero's sister wonders if he really is sand or something like that, and also what kind of curse he was caught in. But he ignores her. She then called his attention and wonders why he was ignoring her all this time. Meanwhile, while she was talking about it, the scene is cut to another place, where a war was happening between some blue monsters and a single man, And Ye Qing was the only guy fighting against these monsters, but quickly, he was cutting down each one of them with just one strike. Before, he randomly allocated points into his stats, which means he was basically weaker than he should have been stronger. But before he can enter the next room, he'll have to be careful, because he still doesn't know what information his system has, and moreover, he doesn't know that much about the next room's information, since he hasn't placed the points perfectly in his stats, which won't allow him to be as strong as he should be. But for now, he was strong, because these blue monsters were trying their luck, but each of them ended up falling to Ye Qing's blade. At this moment, he saw that he also needed to finish these creatures as quickly as possible. They kept attacking but never stopped. However, while he was thinking about ending the game, he receives a message from the system saying that his mana was at 5%. He was running out, and he couldn't do more than nothing from now on, right? He knew he couldn't be using so much mana, but even so, he should finish this fight as quickly as possible because these blue monsters were basically causing him problems. So now he will be going out with pure punches. Besides, he needs to boost his stats later because fighting hand-to-hand against the monster will be difficult here. But even so, he defeats any monster with just one blow. But even though he goes through several rooms, this never ends. His mana was already at its maximum and was running out, and his fatigue was also at its peak. He might not be able to go through many raids alone, and he also couldn't use his potions because at this moment he realizes that he might be using those potions at other times. So, he runs again towards these blue monsters, and with his bare hand, he punches the monsters' faces, quickly destroying them. Some are super resilient, but even so, he finishes them off, ripping off their heads. After he finished these monsters, he lands on the ground. After landing on the ground, he then uses one of his artifacts. This was the Reaper's card. This was an ability that causes a lot of collateral damage, one of the main reasons why our Ye Qing doesn't use this little thing by his side to fight monsters. Because we soon discover that this monster here was so powerful with just one hit, it manages to go through these blue monsters. The skeleton attacked any monster, and any monster caught by it was quickly destroyed. But also, the good thing about this little thing of his is that it also manages to heal the host. In short, it manages to recover his fatigue, his mana to the maximum in total. We see below that he was full. So that was the reason he hadn't used those potions he saved there yet. But at this moment, we observe that Ye Qing found something on the ground much better. He stepped on something and he sees glasses. He wonders whose they are. Then he turns to the side where he finds a guy inside the barrel. He asks this guy to come out. Otherwise, well, he asks him to stop too because he was going to come out. He was a human. Besides, he was looking for his glasses. He wonders if he saw them. He saw and then handed over the glasses he lost to this stranger. And here we are introduced to this guy. He was Ye Qing-san, one of the doctors who ended up being sent to this dungeon before. He was in his room, but out of nowhere, he appeared inside this dungeon. And also, he was so scared of encountering a monster that out of nowhere he decided to hide until someone found him to help him get out of this dungeon. However, we discover there that he was just another survivor. And then he comments that maybe there were still more people, like people with disabilities, missing limbs, or something like that. Our hero approaches and asks himself why he stayed hidden. The doctor said that he was a doctor, not a professional who fought against monsters. It was quite likely that if he encountered a monster, he would die. And it was also obvious that if he had power, he would fight the monster, and he wouldn't stay hidden inside a chest here. So, he wonders if he came to save him. Lionheart, most likely, it was that organization that sent him here to help him get out of this place. He is happy. Well, helping him get out of here, he no longer cares about what will happen here. He wonders about Lionheart. He recognizes it. This was what our song 1010 found there before. He found it on the ground. He said he remembers that this was a symbol of a very powerful guild in the world. But looking closer at this thing, he realizes that to enter this guild, one had to be very strong. Only the strongest entered this guild. But as he continues ahead, the doctor calls him, wondering if he would be following this path. And he also asks why he would follow that path ahead. Then the doctor says for him not to waste his time because ahead, it was quite likely he'd only find people who were poor and also people who would be saved and they would basically give everything they had, but they had almost nothing. But our Prag interrupts. He says no, he wouldn't save almost anyone, but quite likely, yes, he would. But his main objective was to save his sister, who was at the end of this dungeon. Saving his sister? Well, that wasn't something he'd hear anytime soon. He realizes that he didn't come to save him, and he wonders who this guy was. He reveals that he was a trash picker, and furthermore, even if he was a strong trash picker, he wouldn't save trash like him. So he advances to look for his sister, now that he said he would search and would find her no matter what. He would now be moving forward more than ever, but his goal was still to find her, though to continue, to be able to find her up ahead. Continuing the story from the last chapter, our hero approaches and asks himself why he stayed hidden. The doctor said that he was a doctor, not a professional who fought against monsters. It was quite likely that if he encountered a monster, he would die, and it was also obvious that if he had power, he would fight the monster, and he wouldn't stay hidden inside a chest here. So, he wonders if he came to save him. Lionheart, most likely, it was that organization that sent him here to help him get out of this place. He is happy. Well, helping him get out of here, he no longer cares about what will happen here. He wonders about Lionheart. He recognizes it. This was what our song 1010 found there before. He found it on the ground. He said he remembers that this was a symbol of a very powerful guild in the world. But looking closer at this thing, he realizes that to enter this guild, one had to be very strong. Only the strongest entered this guild. But as he continues ahead, the doctor calls him, wondering if he would be following this path. And he also asks why he would follow that path ahead. Then the doctor says for him not to waste his time, because ahead, it was quite likely he'd only find people who were poor and also people who would be saved, and they would basically give everything they had, but they had almost nothing. But our Prag interrupts. He says no, he wouldn't save almost anyone, but quite likely, yes, he would. But his main objective was to save his sister, who was at the end of this dungeon. Saving his sister? Well, that wasn't something he'd hear anytime soon. He realizes that he didn't come to save him, and he wonders who this guy was. He reveals that he was a trash picker, and furthermore, even if he was a strong trash picker, he wouldn't save trash like him. So he advances to look for his sister, now that he said he would search and would find her no matter what. He would now be moving forward more than ever, but his goal was still to find her, though to continue, to be able to find her up ahead. Our story today will continue with Yi Qing completely ignoring the doctor he had found. And at this moment, Yi Qing was already approaching a portal that was in front of him. However, the doctor, who had been there for quite some time, had already figured out a few things. If by chance Yi Qing proceeded through that place, he wouldn't get anywhere, since it would only lead him deeper into a labyrinth. And it's quite likely that if he kept going, he'd find a branching path. This means he would get completely lost. But since the doctor had been there for a while, he could guide Yi Qing to his sister, and then Yi Qing could help the doctor get out. That would be a fair trade, unless, of course, he didn't care and wasn't willing to guide Yi Qing to where his sister was. Still, Yi Qing completely ignored this guy. But since the doctor wasn't answered, he took that as a yes. So he started guiding Yi Qing to the place where he could get close to his sister. At that moment, the two entered the portal in front of them after the doctor fully entered it, with Yi Qing following right behind. Once Yi Qing entered after the doctor began asking him a few things. The first question was which castle group he belonged to, but Yi Qing curtly replied that he wasn't affiliated with any castle group, independent of which. This was quite crazy, given that in this world you needed to be strong, and working alone was good, but becoming a hunter solo was quite difficult. After all, by becoming a hunter, it's likely that powerful groups would hunt you down to bring you into a team. One of these teams could be the Lionheart House or Cloud Peak. These are the groups that pay extremely high salaries for professional hunters to join their team. But who knows? After leaving this dungeon, the doctor might introduce Yi Qing to a strong group that would offer him good rewards. However, our hero was already getting irritated with this guy. He said he came here only to hunt for his sister. It was noble, but he didn't want to know anything else. The only thing he wanted to find at the moment was our Zia. If by chance the doctor wanted to stay in a group, it would be better for him to stay quiet. But Zia, when he mentioned her name, the doctor began sweating, cold sweat. Here, we get some memories of this guy. Someone had shown him a poster of two people who could be part of some very dangerous experiments. But according to the record, both individuals were minors. But this guy told himself not to worry too much, since the families of these two children didn't have the financial means to fight back. One of them is our Zia, who only has her brother. Her brother is just an ordinary guy who works as a garbage collector in the abysses. He works day and night to earn even a little money to pay for his sister's treatment. But who knows? He might die in those dungeons. And the other one, the other poster, was our Lixu. Her father had been released from prison recently and hadn't been able to find a job. Paying the bills wouldn't be possible. But even though they lived such miserable lives, how could he convince their families to agree to these bizarre ideas? What kind of persuasion would that be? He could tell them that they couldn't refuse this proposal, since if they did, it's likely that the girl would become a burden to her family. And he already had an idea of how to say it. Her father didn't have a job, supporting her treatment would be difficult, and even though her father hadn't visited her in quite some time, it would basically... The reason is that he already considered her a burden to his family. And as for her, he basically thinks about how his brother would risk his life every day there, life in the dungeon, to get money to make her treatments progress, since his greatest wish was for him to be safe. She could be accepting a proposal without refusing. She accepts it, but what was the proposal? It was a proposal where she would be thrown into a cauldron, basically about that, where she would undergo a special treatment. In the end, she could perhaps turn into a monster, or maybe be cured of this disease she has. So, the two, hearing this, and seeing that they could basically be getting the cure so she wouldn't become a burden and a weight to the family, both end up proposing themselves as a test subject. One of them says she just wants to be able to walk again so she can become a very powerful person in the future, so she won't become a burden to her brother. The other just says the same thing. She didn't want to be a burden to her father. The arrogant weirdo here says they are good kids, and all that was necessary was just to sign a paper. So, after signing, the scene cuts to them inside a cauldron. They were inside, and the experiments were starting. The scientist next to our hero, these societal trash may have small values, maybe some values that could benefit the upper echelon in the future. And he even says, "You did well, huh?" Managing to convince these two to become test subjects. But nothing different could happen in here, because the only thing he hopes for the most is that the two could possibly break their power limiter, and with that, they would both be able to evolve a little more, gaining more power for themselves. However, he would be able to take a small percentage of their cells, and with that, he could sell it for hundreds or even billions of years to other people so that others in the future could become stronger. That was already part of his contribution to society. And from another place, then, we see a scientist with a vial of something different in hand. This thing was something that could make his test start. He takes it and places it in a bag of blood that was there, where his test begins to evolve by itself. At that moment, when that thing was injected into that blood bag, the thing starts to stick to the girl, and she begins to transform. At that moment, she screams in pain. At that moment, the guy who was near our hero before wonders what could have gone wrong there. Then another scientist in the background says that the abyssal cells are rejecting her, which means that the system couldn't even find a drop of power inside her. And from all that, they discovered that the injection of the abyssal stem cells failed in her. She transforms into something completely horrific, and it's very likely that the girl didn't survive for long there. But the guy who was near our hero tells them not to worry too much. She might have died. But he doesn't care much about her, since that girl could be easily discarded, because there is still another person who could be used as a background for his test. But at that moment, that scientist says someone was making noise outside. She points at a monitor and says that guy came to this place to say something. This was the prisoner who had been arrested before, but he was also the father of the girl who was turned into that horrific thing inside. But the scientist next to our hero says to bring that guy in so he can firsthand see the experiment that happened with her. So he goes there and calls him in. He then obeys the orders and wonders if the experiment went perfectly well. At that moment, the scientist next to our hero kind of introduces himself, saying that in front of him was his daughter, the daughter who was participating in those bizarre experiments. He still hasn't seen how she turned out. He then presents her here to him. He is left without a reaction at that moment and says that some errors occurred, right, old man? But this unfortunately happens in the world of science, but yeah, they might be recovering. Maybe they have another guinea pig still at hand. Well, at this moment he attacks this guy, saying he was trash, a burden to humanity for what he did to his daughter, and that basically destroyed everything he thought about life. Now he prefers to destroy everything, but the most ignorant scientist in the world stands up and says that a guy who was useless wonders why they couldn't be using part of what came from him to help society evolve. Besides, the experiment was going almost well, and the debt he was reviewing for the hospital was basically paid off. Moreover, they would be giving him some extra money. He said he didn't want that because for him, money doesn't buy the happiness he had there beside his daughter. At that moment, he comments that this guy was a murderer, that he didn't just want money, he wanted his daughter back since this was an experiment happening. Only a doctor could be here. He asks the guards to remove this guy, soon being taken away by other guards. He asks him to stop doing this and bring his daughter back to the world, or he would be doing the same thing he did to his daughter. But well, ignoring everything that had already happened, he wonders what was happening with the sister of our hero. He wonders if everything was going well, and also if something went wrong with the sister of our hero. They wouldn't need to worry because he was just a level 1 garbage collector. But now everything returns to normal. But as things return to normal, he wonders if he knows his sister by any chance, knowing that if he revealed anything, he would die for sure. He lies, saying that maybe she is in the infirmary next door. But that guy from earlier says that the sister of our hero was just a garbage collector. He wonders what happened, why this guy here is so strong. But he thinks it was just an illusion, and he even thinks it was an illusion. But if all of this is real, he's totally screwed. Because the girl who is considered the sister of our hero was the one he pushed earlier into the pile of monsters, which allowed him to escape alone. And so they follow the path in silence. But Yi Ching, ahead, wonders if he by any chance forgot the route, but scared. Knowing he can't reveal what happened to his sister, he makes up a new excuse that he was quite worried about his sister since if she got hurt, or if a monster appeared, she could receive a big wound, and if by chance that really happened, it would be better for him to run away. Well, if she died, he would definitely not get out of this game alive. He even starts crying with sadness. Right? But what if our Y King finds out that his sister died? He could completely blame the Abyss monsters, and maybe with all of this, he could manage to escape or not even be checked out of this game. While he was thinking of strategies to get rid of our Yi King, Yi Ching starts looking intently in one direction ahead, which was a gate. After looking in that direction for a while, he notices something strange is going to happen to them. At that moment, he grabs that scientist who was guiding our Yi King. After grabbing him by his collar, he pulls him back, but the moment he does that, a sword passes through. It was definitely going to hit him. At that moment, he saved his life. After the sword passed through, he realizes that this time it wasn't a demonic hour. So who could it be? Even the scientist wonders who it could be. And at that moment, that hunter appears. The one who was beside the sister of our Yi King. He apologizes for realizing that he attacked people. He thought these people, I don't know, were wild monsters. But at that moment, he discovers that Director Song was around here, but well, he had received the commission from that billionaire from before, and here his objective was to rescue him. And well, we find out that our scientist was locked up for sure. He wonders if this guy really came here to help him, but I think because he almost tried to cut him in half. Yi Ching is also surprised to see that people who always resolve to protect someone also decide to split the person they decided to protect in half. So yeah, I think he should have guessed that the enormous sword that had just passed in front of him was something similar to what he had seen before, like those cuts left behind. Most likely it was him. But since he had already, having reached the end of this dungeon with absolute certainty, Yi King realizes that this guy was extremely powerful. At this moment, the hunter approaches our Yi King and introduces himself as Ming. He was a mercenary who was paid in 2 installments. Although, right, some people from his team died inside the dungeon, nothing changed at all. He would still have to receive double the money promised to these mercenary, double-paid mercenary. He had seen these guys before. These are the maniacs who travel through the abyss, risking their own lives for rewards greater than they imagined, and in the end, they might even receive rewards from their own team. So, right, our Sung here ends up asking Ming if he saw her. if he rescued her. He asks to be taken out of there immediately. But at this moment, our Yi King grabs this guy by the collar again and tells him to wait since this guy had no intention of saving anyone here. That sword from before, which was thrown at him, was basically intended to kill anyone. Moreover, he had no intention of basically interrupting his mission, which was to guide Sung out of there. But he had a primary mission, which was to rescue his sister. So, he asks the hunter here if he happened to see his sister in the middle of this room. It's quite likely he managed to find a girl back there. At this moment, Yi King asks him where this girl was. Sung, behind him, prays with all his life that this girl is alive. Otherwise, Sung will surely die along with these guys here. Then, at this moment, he throws something into Yi King's hand. It was her favorite teddy bear. Well, he wonders where he found this teddy bear. At this moment, our Ming stands still and says that, well, she was adorable. But unfortunately, he couldn't. At this moment, Yi King interrupts this guy, asking what really happened to her. Sung, once again, starts crying and says that now he's totally screwed, but maybe he's safe. Maybe in our Ming's hands. But Ming makes the situation worse. He says that, well, he was basically helping her out, but if a monster appeared, he wouldn't be doing anything, and that's what happened, right? Since he said he didn't care if she lived or died at that moment. But at this moment, Yi King begins to tremble with rage, but he also said he would deliver to her brother, who is her brother, her last words. Her last words were simple. She hopes to see her brother in front of the hospital. Well, she wants to see her brother not enter any more dungeons because it's quite likely he will get seriously injured, something she doesn't want. She just wants to see him again in a totally safe state. Risking his life was something she least wanted, and Yi King, completely in shock, gets furious with this guy's life now, staring intently at Ming. He jumps in his direction, asking why he stood still, why he didn't help his sister get out of that dungeon with him. He said the mercenary's duty was the commission he was paid, and he didn't care about anything else since he also had a curse. Anyone who stayed by his side always died. And he even told her that. She didn't even want to retreat. She insisted on staying with him at that moment, and in a way, it was her fault. He grabs his big sword and almost pierces our hero, but Yi King jumps up and wonders where his sister was. As he approaches Ming, he ends up saying that he could tell the direction of his sister, but Yi King would have to hand over Sung to him if he wanted to find his sister. So, right? If by chance he said no, only that Sung had a deal. He wanted to agree, he wanted to follow this Ying, but his deal wasn't even feasible to follow. No, the one in charge here was Yi King. So, since he refused, he would show no mercy to anyone, nor would he show his real power. For even though his former companions managed to die, he managed to fight alongside them. But still, he managed to defeat monsters he never even dreamed of defeating. But Ming interrupts his speech and says, right, he doesn't have time for this. He grabs his sword and knocks down his big sword. At this moment, he wonders what kind of weapon he was using now. Now without a weapon, what could he do against our Yi King? At this moment, he approaches with a punch near our mowing. But right now he stops with that, because knowing that a punch would not be enough to kill this mowing here, then he grabs his dagger, but quickly that hunter stops the punch of our hero. And also his dagger, because he had used a lot of mana for a long time out there, he kind of ended up not being able to use his mana anymore. The sword ends up disappearing at that moment. Then Ming with a headbutt on the head of our hero, which makes him be thrown back a bit. For a long time, he thought that his big sword method there was his main attack. But then he realizes that he was quite skilled with his own hands, and he was right. Fighting like a swordsman was basically a branch that he does when someone pays him for it. But even though he is not with any sword, he manages to do pretty well in a fight without a sword. But there is one thing, is that he managed to put a lot of attributes. There are some specific things there that make him quite strong, and besides that, he wasn't using his full strength before. And now that he unbands his sword, he can't block or stop any attack that he will make in his direction. So he activates the first skill, the devastating slash. This devastating slash would be something that would cut anything in front. But meanwhile, Yi King notices a weakness in this guy. He was slow. The sword there makes him a little slow, which will allow him to use a specific solar skill that will manage to immobilize him for a while, which means that his skill won't be used. And if really, we'll find out if Yi King is really going to stop in the dry hand that big sword of our Ming. And our story today continues with him managing to avoid all of Yi Qing's blows. His movements are completely unbalanced. He realizes that this guy was totally different from Zhou. He was much stronger. But to end the fight as quickly as possible, he pulls out some of those cards of his, and from those cards, there were some monsters. But as soon as he finishes pulling out those cards, the monsters appear from inside his portal. When they appear, he finds this incredible, seeing that he has the ability to summon monsters. But these mutant spiders end up throwing webs in his direction, and the hunter ends up being immobilized. He couldn't do anything anymore until he decides to grab that sword of his. With one movement, he completely destroys even the webs made by them. As soon as he does this, he jumps towards those mutant spiders. He wonders if our hero will only be using those weak little webs, and if that's all he's going to use to stop him, he'll have to make it a great day, a dream. So he advances towards those mutant spiders, falling, and he quickly ends up destroying those mutant spiders with a single blow. After he destroys the spiders, we observe from behind our hero appearing. As he kept appearing, he watches him underestimating our hero, thinking that our hero was just a low-rank summoner. But at this moment, after appearing behind him, he ends up realizing our hero. So he turns around, but our Wee King then uses one of his abilities. However, he quickly draws his great sword that swiftly defends against that blow. And now that he defended Yi King's strike, he realizes that if it weren't for this sword having a greater weight than normal, he would definitely have already been defeated by this Yi King here. And besides, he had already accumulated quite a few points that he would most certainly use to his advantage. But it was also as expected. He wasn't like those incompetent zero-level employees. Looking ahead now, we see that Yi Qing didn't come here to play with the hunter, since his strength was also far beyond what he was thinking. But Wei Ming also had something that surprised our protagonist. His combat skills were very good, and he was proud of that. So he will have to finish him off as soon as possible. But before he can do that, he will ask one last question. Where was his sister? So, to understand where she was, we need to go back a little bit. We observe her asking this uncle if he was stronger than her brother. Okay, he was strong, but maybe not as strong as her brother. He, who ended up defeating one of the monsters, turns to our white-haired girl. She continues to say that he could train for many years and still would never come close to Yi King. But strong, he doesn't think so much about that, since he was just a scavenger, and scavengers are zero level, which means he would be strong enough with just one blow to send our hero flying. She, now completely refuted by this Ying, we see her asking him to shut up since he didn't know what he was talking about. She wasn't talking about strength, she says, because she also looked into his eyes. His eyes didn't compare to the eyes of our hero. The eyes of our protagonist had more motivation than this guy here. And now that she says it that way, he's curious to find out who her brother is. He wanted to recognize him. Maybe when he gets out of here alive, she will show our Ming who the real hero was. And now that he recognized our hero face to face, he realizes that yes, this was a look that had gone through countless trials of life or death. So from now on, he will respect our MC as a tough guy. So, he will no longer be able to take it easy with him, but this time, our protagonist also won't be going easy on this guy. He also ends up using, in its last portion, this was the portion here that can make our Yi King quickly finish off this Yuming here, but he also has an ability that allows him to look at his health bar, and not only that, he also has the ability to see his stats. His health wasn't that big, but what would mess up his fight against this swordsman would be those two swords he uses. However, if by chance he manages to accumulate a lot of damage from his Basar along with that luck, he would be able to defeat his opponent with 3 strikes. But he was a guy a little different from the human transmigrators he had already faced, since he wasn't even using any armor or any other equipment that could help him defeat our hero, and also, attacking with all his might basically leaves no room for his defense. This was a high-sacrifice fighting style, or maybe he was just crazy, but he advances towards him so that he wouldn't be caught by that sword. He jumps up. Now that he has jumped up, he already pulls out that daga of his from the system. As soon as he pulls it out, we observe him advancing towards Ming, but Ming ends up smiling. Then he turns towards Ye Qing with his sword in hand. He tries to strike him. Ye Qing is surprised by his speed. He was fast. How could someone move so fast with such a large sword like that? But to dodge, he used a wolf card. As soon as he activates that card ability, he manages to dodge that Ming's attack, but along with that, he also grabs that draga of his and makes a cut on him. This was a critical enough cut to kill this guy, so he turns around and sees the cut he actually managed to land on him. However, this seemed quite strange. He didn't dodge or try to avoid his attack, and he also didn't seem to care much about the attacks he was going to receive. At that moment, that guy over there ends up completely fading away, but he doesn't fade at this moment. Our hero sees something strange happening inside our Ming here. Out of nowhere, he started to transform, but instead of his body bleeding, sand came out. Confused, he tries to ask himself what was happening, but he doesn't have time for an answer because Ming advances towards him with that sword of his. So as not to get caught, he then jumps up. As soon as our wee king jumps up, he already activates his devouring system. As soon as he activates that devouring system, some hands come out from inside and grab him. He would be sucked inside, but this Ming knew that if he was caught by that, he would lose his power, so with brute strength, he ends up grabbing the hand of our hero's system, which leaves him quite surprised. But not only does he grab that hand, but with a single strike, he ends up destroying that sobriety. That sobriety, which was the most powerful, that sucked anything into its own universe, ends up being destroyed, which then causes an explosion to happen. But the explosion doesn't catch anyone, and our own hero here ends up dodging. He has a characteristic that he can't be killed or die from common attacks. He then asks himself if he was an undead. The Abyss has many existences that modern technology still can't even comprehend. The occupation, abilities, attributes, equipment, and other things like that. But actually something even more special than all of that. This was the divine punishment that you have to endure to gain powerful strength. Clearly afraid of death, you can't even stop wanting to test the edge of death. Maybe one day you'll achieve this power. But if you manage to obtain that wealth that doesn't belong to you, in the end, you will swear to protect it alone, and no one will be able to obtain that treasure. Those gods who never played by the rules of the world here in this dungeon basically decided to notice you, and maybe what he received was a mockery, or maybe it was the destiny of the Abyss itself that delivered it to him. But in short, you have everything you want, or the most powerful power. But it didn't say it would also take that thing more precious from you. He ends up transforming into some kind of mummy, and at this moment, Ye King realizes that there isn't even a trace of undead in him. Also, the rumors about the traces of the Abyss monsters are transferred in the end to those who are reborn like them. The true ones, already the living dead, are the characteristics of the super strong who can constantly revive as long as the energy doesn't completely run out. At this moment, he looks down where he finds Ming totally knocked out, but what remained of him was still a piece of his magic, which allows him to fully regenerate. But at the moment before his death, he reached out his hand and ended up in the end touching eternity. At this moment, as he talks about it, we see him coming out from under the ground. Here, after emerging from underground, we see someone judging him. This is the guy who always comes back alive, never dies. Wouldn't this basically be a bad omen? Since, right, every mission set by him with people on his team, everyone except him ends up dead. But although there is no evidence of mercenaries in the double-blade fencing that are basically companions of this guy, there is no evidence that anyone who joined him returned to life or alive after a dungeon or a test they participated in together in a more deadly dungeon, right? If by any chance they were involved in this specific mission, they wouldn't even accept the mission to stay close to him, as it would be his own sacrifice. If he went, he would die, and in the end, he also ended up bearing the price of eternity, as he can die, as he can also be dying at will. He can play with death, but always in the end, he manages to survive, whereas his companions don't have that luck. They all end up meeting a tragic and sometimes painful end. Now that he has revealed the true power to our hero, he ends up activating another ability. This was the Death Wish, which can be activated when HP is below 33% of damage taken, but after being activated, it ends up increasing by 100% the damage, as well as the life of his character by 100%. At this moment, he advances towards him. This combat ability with these cursed traits was basically considered a cheat, but not so much, right? Since our hero has that little hack of the day. And here then, he ends up picking from the system a new card. Now that he picks that new card from the system, he ends up using it. At this moment, Ming ends up hitting Yi Ching, but that sword doesn't hit our hero because he used that little card ability. And here we see that the card turned into our MC, into what he transformed into that slime there. But now, at this moment, from behind, we see our protagonist already grabbing that dagger of his again from the system. But here, he was also preparing at the same time to counterattack his opponent. But Ming was also preparing again. So Ming advances, and advancing, our hero realizes that the traits of the undead in him were really insoluble, what that thing was, but he also uses a shield to defend himself from that sword. But while fighting, we see Ming saying that in this brute force battle, the victory was basically his. He has no way of losing to our protagonist. At this moment, then, he again makes a counterattack upwards against our Yi King, but Yi Ching again uses another little card. So we see from behind there appearing that death in a skeleton form. At this moment, that thing was about to counterattack our Ming, but Ming is surprised to see that Yi Ching is able to manipulate artifacts. This was incredible. But he could also end this fight as quickly as possible. So he counterattacks that skeleton-shaped death, but his cut didn't even affect that thing. Next, we see that thing passing through Ming. Ming was cut. Being cut, he turns around and realizes that it wasn't a physical weapon. It was an effect of a pure ability. So Yi Ching begins to explain to him that any target that dies because of this ability will have a desperate Kalita trait added to the host. The HP, the MP, will also be slowly recovering to 100%. But since your body is already undead, the abilities will be added the moment you manage to hit your opponent. The reason why the undead can survive forever inside the dungeon is because of the MP. In other words, the blood bar is just decoration for you, who in the end managed to become a creature that is undead. Basically, your real HP should be the MP. Now that he dropped this bombshell, he realizes that he managed to guess and hit the most precious information about him, and now he realizes that this Yi King isn't... He was an ordinary person, but now no longer, because also this abyss is full of rules. All the mystery apparently is his, but also his weakness may be completely outside his body. Without armor, they like to use this style of attack. It's a kind of attack that you're going to do that makes your enemy think that you have a life bar above. If you manage to make your opponent believe that life bar on your head is your real life, you're managing to defeat him. But here, he kind of discovered your flaw. And that flaw of his will be unbalancing him in this fight from here on. And indeed, the wisdom to survive in the abyss is knowing how to use the rules. So he doesn't know one thing too. He has a weakness. Maybe he has a fatal flaw. By not believing, he shows that the strength, agility, and intelligence he has aren't even his main point either. There's a flaw he's still slacking on that he could be using to his advantage. But only our eye here. No one interrupts. He said he was a little different from the others. He also ends up putting his points gained into various things in his states. This is one thing to show that he manages to get stronger by distributing his points in various things in his stats. So like this, they are showing him the true speed. He needed to attack him while the wound was still fresh. The speed, the strength was well beyond his imagination, but this guy was bragging too much. At this moment, he attacks him. He used his big sword to defend himself, and here too. And Yi Ching is no longer that trash guy. And now he will also show this guy here what true strength is. At this moment, after dodging one of the blows and also hitting his back with his dragon from there, we see that the physical attacks cannot kill our Ming, but they can consume his MP to be basically draining his life. And this will be basically enough to make him not regenerate next time. But now, he asks himself how much time he still has to be completely depleting his MP, and he ends up wondering how long it would last. But again, he already counterattacks our protagonist. But our hero already uses that little skull again, the thing that allows him to steal that NPC. As soon as he uses that ability, that thing goes through one of his arms. After that, he ends up kind of saying to our hero if by any chance he can't manage to keep up with him in his MP consumption. But our protagonist says that if by any chance he fights a war of attributes, he ends up coming out with a bigger advantage. But that wasn't what he was saying. Apparently, he still hasn't managed to see his weakness. But if he really wants to discover our Ming's weakness, he will have to show our Yi King a little bit of the truth, since here, sometimes in some place, it's not worth fighting so much in life. As soon as he says this thing, he ends up turning around, and as soon as he turns around, he ends up seeing that teddy bear he gave to his sister. But at this moment, he asks himself how it fell, or when it fell. Then in this story, it continues with that guy approaching our Yi King more quickly. Right then, he simply couldn't do anything else, as his opponent quickly then ended up grabbing his head and throwing him with all his strength to the ground. Now that he threw him against the ground, he shows that he wouldn't show any mercy to anyone, even if someone is in his way. He could even find a former companion of his. He could be in his way, but he would defeat that guy because those who get in the way of his plans are always defeated in the end. But he was a little different, and Yi King wasn't like the others, because he still has the quality of humans, and also someone he likes. Most hopes is alive, yes, alive. But even so, he was surprised that the person he's trying to protect behind him is a complete waste. But still, he tried to stop him. But then, Yi King ends up sort of getting a very interesting question. If he by chance had a choice to protect the life of his sister, or the life of Song Kae-jin, that scientist back there, he wonders which of the two he would choose. But as soon as he hears the names of these two people, he is surprised and ends up wondering if our ex-Zhu was basically alive or dead. He then ends up taking his hand off his head and ends up saying there that, right, he hadn't said before that she died. Or by chance did he say it? And also, since that bear there that he handed to him was proof that he should be believing his words. But he didn't know where she was. He just simply knows that she's alive. And besides, the bear he handed over before to him was the true proof that she was really alive. But as said before, he doesn't know where she was. But also, the monster wouldn't easily kill the two, because the two felt extremely enormous difficulty defeating, or maybe even winning, advancing. He tried to understand what he was talking about, but nothing ends up being answered. However, to answer this here, we need to go back a few hours before, and in a labyrinth, we observe then nothing happening until the moment where an ogre appeared. But this knight was already there fighting against it. He, with his sword, makes a move to hit that ogre. But at that moment, while fighting against that ogre, others appear, and one of those creatures ends up capturing our hero's sister. Now that she was captured, she has a very brief memory of his words that if by chance she is captured by one of those monsters, he will leave her, since his client isn't her, but rather a billionaire who was around there. While also remembering this, she ends up also remembering her brother's words that he had found a very good job that was making a lot of money. This would already be enough to heal her leg, so she just asked for time, because surely he will make her stand again. While remembering this, she started to fade. Then she ends up realizing that she was too useless. But even if she is useless, she just wants to be something for her own brother, and also she doesn't want to be just a burden for our protagonist. But still, she couldn't do anything, but still, she wanted something to defeat those monsters. Then she wishes, or maybe begs for some extra strength, but as soon as she talks about this, her eyes start to shine, and then something starts to happen to her, which leaves the ogre below quite surprised with what was happening in front of him. In the reflection of the ogre's eye, he just watches the girl suddenly transforming after a long time. We observe her getting a new class. This was the class of awakened transformation that is more known as metamorphosis, where she ends up literally transforming into that teddy bear that our hero ended up giving to her, but she goes towards the ogre who was grabbing her just now. With the blow she gave to this ogre, she simply makes the ogre disappear. Half of the ogre is ripped off while she finishes off two ogres extremely easily. From another place, we can also observe Sparren finishing off his opponent. This one ends up cutting the head off the ogre. After the defeat of this ogre, he starts advancing towards our teddy bear, and as he gets closer, he also realizes that her opponent has been defeated, which makes this guy quite surprised, and at the same time confident about what was happening. Meanwhile, he also ends up saying that ordinary humans are successfully induced by abyss cells and are also much more likely to awaken a much more secret profession. And in front of him appears the little girl who now transformed into a bear. And this girl was very likely to also be one of the victims, as stated by her own father before. But at this moment, the girl begins to cry. She gets scared, which makes the knight extremely on alert. He gets ready for the teddy bear, but the teddy bear simply puts her paw in front and asks to wait. But, right. We notice that when someone transforms into a type of monster like this, who is also induced with abyss cells, the person basically loses all control, all consciousness of what they were doing. The host here basically attacks anyone they see ahead, so we must be careful. But at this moment, the girl wonders what was happening to her. She feels much taller. Moreover, she feels her legs, and it was very strange to be walking freely in these places here. Soon, we then observe them surprised again to realize that she still had the consciousness of an ordinary human. So, to know this answer, he asks what her name would be. She replies that it was Shozu. Very well, since that was the case, he ends up deciding to continue on his way. She ends up stopping and starts staring at a mirror. She ends up wondering why she transformed into a toy bear. But right. The knight said that he should congratulate her for having achieved this. But no, she starts crying and says that she will never again appear as human, and here maybe her brother would feel ashamed of her seeing her transformed into this thing here. Now she wonders how she could return to her original form. Well, this might be a transformation profession, and well, if there is a profession like this, it is very likely she can return to normal, but he does not know how to do this. But he still had as an objective to continue the path ahead, to reach his portal to get out of this dungeon still. Then he ends up asking her if she still wanted to follow him even so, but she ends up saying no, since she still cannot return to her original form. So she just hands that teddy bear to this hunter here and asks him to give this teddy bear to her brother and just tell him that she decided to stay here just to try to rebuild her mind again, since she currently has not overcome the psychological shock of turning into a teddy bear. It is as if you were hit by enro. But right, if by chance he finds our hero, he will be delivering this teddy bear to him, and he will be doing it personally, as he was also curious to recognize our hero, and so he will be doing this. Moreover, he continues to say that if by any chance the two start deciding to fight a bit more seriously, he ends up saying that he would lose since at the moment they were at a gigantic disadvantage. Furthermore, Yi King used a good attack force. This was just something he wanted to see in our Wai King. While he was disappearing, he ends up saying that the fight should be stopped here because there is no reason to continue. But at this moment, another one appears and says that this Shozu behind there ends up wondering if she was not dead yet, which leaves our hero extremely irritated. But to further irritate our protagonist, we observe the gentleman saying there that the guy behind him, the doctor there, was the same one who put her in that whole dangerous situation like this one now, since also the appearance of this abyss in parts is thanks to that guy all there. Thus, then cutting to another place in a closed room, the two talked. This one commented that he was already at his limit, he had no choice. While here this key, he ends up wondering if it can really open any door, but if he opens that door, a portal ends up appearing, and that ends up being permanent in a specific area, transforming that area completely into an abyss. However, considering Sun Qin's history, there will basically be a rescue team that will arrive as quickly as possible to rescue him, but for that, he wants with all certainty that someone like him makes sure that he never returns with soul